Hello, and welcome. Nick Wealthall, David Tuchman here for the Millions Superstar, brought to you by 888 Poker. That's right, we are here for the 888 Million Sunday Special 100,000 guarantee. We're down to 117 players, Nick. Only 54 cash, and once again, basically $20,000 up top. Nick, first off, how are you?
I'm tremendously well, David. And yourself?
I'm good.
Yeah?
I'm good. The pig is doing okay. Wife has rescued a pregnant cat who should be giving birth at any moment. And I've got poker on a glorious Sunday. What else could I ask for?
We're hoping for a live birth on the stream.
Could happen. This could be like the Truman Show, where we watch one of those cats for the rest of their lives.
That'd be amazing. People would actually do that as well. That's the problem.
There's that without a doubt. Cat videos. I actually think cat videos are are causing the destruction of human society. I mean, think about how many lost work hours because of cat videos on YouTube.
Well, I like to view them as gained pleasure hours, but that's the difference between you and me. You don't waste time, you fill time with joy.
Nick Wealthall, he is a glass half full kind of guy. Well, let's look at the action here.
How I am.
He had nearly 500 entries in all. 117 of those remain. We are still pretty far away from the money, but you know how fast these things go. Vivian Saliba will be joining us later.
Saliba.
Yes. And in addition to that, as you have come to expect on these fantastic 888 poker streams, no, not wonderful commentary. Don't get ahead of yourselves there. It's still us. But lots of giveaways. That's right. We are going to bribe you to watch and listen to us.
But seriously, bribe you. Not like, it's not really worth it. So whatever. These are proper giveaways. For example, our Freeroll, which is coming up in a little bit, has a 320 main event ticket. That's a main event ticket for the Millions Grand Final with a guaranteed prize pool of $1 million. You could be playing it if you win the Freeroll, and that is free to enter. Free. Plus, we've got cash prizes beneath the winner position, and we're having a competition tonight as well. What's the competition, David? What's that all about? It says here, tell David to explain the competition.
It's a fun one, actually. It's something that we kind of enjoy because I feel like it will elicit some really funny answers. And it is very simply, everybody out there, if you're watching on YouTube, good for you. I'm not going to tell you where to watch the show. You watch, you be happy. But if you want to join us on this contest and have a chance to win one of those fantastic prizes that Nick just mentioned, you have to answer the question over on Facebook. Make sure you do it in the comments section with your username and answer this very simple question, Nick. What's the worst poker advice you've ever been given?
The worst poker advice you've ever been given? I got a lot of potential entries personally.
I have books of bad poker advice.
Of bad poker advice.
That is my poker shelf. It's all poker books, and there are books and books of bad advice given by poker players.
There are some amazing old poker books where I just think, like back in the day, they just didn't check a lot of their advice that closely. They just, if the person seemed credible, they just published their book.
Right. And things that were very easily verifiable, like Ace Queen is a favorite over pocket fives, obviously. Put your life savings on it.
See, pre-computer.
Yeah, I have a book that actually says that.
Really?
Yeah.
That is incorrect.
Incorrect.
I'm looking for some very entertaining entries to this competition. I feel like it's a ripe mine for your self-expression and comedy gifts to entertain us long into the night and win prizes. What can they win, David Tuchman?
Oh, what can they win? What can't they win is a real question, right? You already mentioned it a little bit. You've got, well, what can't they win? They can't win my house.
Yeah.
Nick's wife, also not part of the contest.
Not in the contest currently.
No.
The night is young. The night is young, but currently no.
We've got an all in here from EV Jen, by the way. We'll sort of pay attention to the table. I do promise you that it is in front of us both. You can win. Well, 6 people will win themselves a ticket. 5 of those will get themselves a $16.50 tournament ticket to play
Very
on 888
nice.
Poker. Nice. I mean, it's a parlay ticket. Who knows what you can turn that into? And then one of the lucky 6 winners will announce all 6 winners. And then with about 10 or 12 minutes left in the broadcast, one of those 6 winners will turn that $16.50 ticket into a $330 main event seat.
Hot damn. That's not bad, just for typing a few words into a comment section, is it? That is not bad at all.
And especially because it's not a rigorous testing process. You really need to only appeal to what we enjoy here. Ace King is going to eliminate at least 1, possibly 2 players. No, only 1 player.
Only one.
Team
Only
still
one.
ships.
Only one. Yeah, Hatim would have been disappointed not to take that down on. He had it on the flop. Doesn't count. The thing I want to point out about the competition before we start, to preempt any frustration you might feel, is this competition is entirely unfair. It's entirely unfair, right? So much as you sometimes feel when you go out a poker tournament, that's probably how you're going to feel in this competition. But please enter, because it's fun. Me and David decide the prize winners. There is no criteria. If you suck up to David or you make me laugh, you've got a better chance of winning. But there's nothing fair about what happens from here on out. 888 live, Facebook Live, comment section if you want to enter.
All right, let's take a look in the chat section and see who has joined us already. Dave Bly, what's going on? Flavia, Anastonic, Dylan Walters, Robert Fiddler. Thank you so much. By the way, Nick, that's not all. There's more. Wow. If you call right now, we will throw in a second set entirely free for you. No, that's right. We have more to give away during this fantastic stream. What else we are giving away is a free roll. That's right. Our normal live stream free roll, but it's not so normal because we're giving away another main event seat in that one, in addition to $300 in cold hard cash.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
Yeah, that free roll starts in about an hour and 25 minutes. And the password for that, Nick, once again, the team has outdone themselves.
Yeah. And this is more impressive because they only had a week between broadcasts, and yet they've come up with a cracker.
I mean, the things that happen at 888 Poker, it's amazing. They have the time and the resources to come up with passwords this creative.
It's Freeroll. That's the password, is Freeroll. I don't like to call people out, but it feels like they've logged on, looked at what the actual title screen says, and written down one of the words.
Right, but the simplicity is genius.
Is it?
I do think. I think the genius is in the simplicity. Nick, yes, yeah. I do. Nick Wealthall, David Tuchman here for 888 Poker. Once again, thanks so much for joining us. Really excited to be here, guys. As we watch the table take place here. So we've got some chips at this table. Maggio 10 with 565,000 chips. 10 Ats with 338,000. Cheers, mates, has 285. Shivam 699 with 283. Average stack below all of those players, as we have now dipped below the 100 player mark. Nick, Dominic Nietzsche was with us right at the beginning of the stream. We were going to follow his table, but he got knocked out during my intro.
In fairness, in the last stream, I think he finished 12th or something. So he owes us nothing. Nothing. He's given us some bang for our stream buck. But what of the other 888 ambassadors, David Tuchman? How did they do? Where are they? What's their story? What's their game?
Well, we can ask one of them later, because in about an hour, the one and only Brazilian superstar Vivian Saliba will be joining us.
Yeah,
exactly. She'll be joining us, and she will. You know what? We'll put her on the hot stove, and we'll ask her.
Put it under the gun, David.
Ooh, I like what you did there.
Yeah. Like your podcast, just in case you didn't. Because. Yeah.
I have a free podcast. It's called Under the Gun.
Yeah.
You can listen to it if you want to. You've been
do you remember when I came on and told everyone how bad COVID would be? and like people were, maybe it won't be that bad. It's like,
Yeah, and
it's going to be.
I would have loved to say, listen, I often want to say that you're wrong, and I wish I could
And
be.
I often am.
Right, and I wish you were wrong in that particular spot. Unfortunately, you were very much not wrong. So the worst poker advice comments are coming in. Nick, if you see any, by the way, feel free to jump in there. I'm having a little trouble.
Well, I'll have to actually look.
Yeah, look.
So
Jack James says, worst poker advice, you should bluff more. Jack, I actually think that's probably good advice.
To bluff more.
Yeah.
That
I think most players don't bluff enough.
Most players don't bluff enough. That's true.
Milan Rodic says, you don't need bankroll management. Okay, these are good. These are good starts out of the gate. Neither one's a winner, but I appreciate the effort, guys. Keep them coming. By the way, this is not necessarily, you don't have one chance, as we have shown week in and week out.
Yeah.
You can enter this 15 times if you want to.
Yeah. I mean, try to make them progressively better.
Right.
Yeah, if possible.
New Times in there with 137,000. That was the original Razor. Cheers, mates. Defended out of the big blind. Kind of expect the C-bet here. There it is. And a quick fold from Cheers. And we continue on. How's your NFL Sunday sports betting going for the day?
Well, yeah, as I mentioned at the top, it's going poorly. However, the NFL is a lot of fun this year. I mean, not if you're a Jets fan, I appreciate that. But there are absolutely phenomenal amount of points. It's like flag football, which is actually fun. As long as you don't care about like the purity of the sport or something, and you just want to see, if you just want fun, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, somewhere along the way, I don't know what happened. Whoever's controlling Dak Prescott, like with their Nintendo or their PlayStation, has a cheat code. Clearly.
Yeah, is he like 500 yards or something
every
today?
week? Every week he gets that.
Yeah.
I don't quite understand it.
Sadly, the other side of the ball, they give up like 40 points a week.
It's kind of funny. Let's see what else we got going on in the chat. I finally did. I was able to operate this. What's up, Simo? Or Simo? I don't know. I apologize if I'm messing up your name. It's Simo or Simo Hafidi. Pavel, what's up? Kathy Burns. Kathy, the password is Freeroll. And that Freeroll starts in 1 hour and 17 minutes. Well, there you go. Milan Rodic says Vivian Saliba is at his table on a $55 satellite for that $320 main event, which is starting in 50 minutes. The main event, by the way, is a cool 1 million guarantee.
Yeah, that's the guarantee. It's going to be huge. Guaranteed to be huge. And we're going to be covering it in 1 week.
Yeah. We have one other event before that moment, by the way. King 6 looking pretty good here, and 2 pair good enough to take down the 9-7. I have been disconnected, so I'm going to have to log back in here. So if you can follow the action for a moment, Nick, that would be fantastic.
I can follow the action. We're playing the 5,000-10,000 commentator-friendly blind level, so I'm actually capable of following it, which is nice.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. And we've got the big stack and the big blind. Moggio, who's second in chips overall. We haven't really mentioned too much. We do have a big chip leader in the tournament right now. Kleberson is on 1.2 million, and it's a player that we've seen before on these live streams. So a strong player at the top of the standings. But he has, so as I said, Moggio, who's now in the small blind, he's in more or less joint second place. The chip leader has double what he has, which is pretty crazy to have double second place with 87 players left. That's the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah, it's always fun like that. Let's you mentioned him obviously at the end of this hand. Why don't we switch over to Kleberson's table and take a peek at how the chip leader is navigating his way through this field. Always fun to be the chip leader, even more to be fun to be the overwhelming chip leader when there are as you approach the money bubble. Somehow Ace Queen does not get another pair on the board, doesn't hit a queen, doesn't hit an ace, and the threes hold. Maggio is down to 439,000 chips. And with that, let's head over to our chip leaders table. Cleberson on a cool 1.19 million chips. By the way, on his right is actually Graham Nicardle, who also we've seen before in these tournaments.
Yeah, we have.
So we have currently 1 and 3 in chips at the featured table. Homemade iced coffee, Nick.
I
put a little Hershey's chocolate syrup in there too.
Oh, okay. You didn't just make a normal coffee and forget about it, and then.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, it's cold. It's an iced coffee.
You're right. Just more ice in it, make it a little colder, add some chocolate syrup, and it's good. Once again, thanks for joining us, Million Superstorm, the one and only Nick Wealthall, live in the UK.
Believe it.
I'm considering moving, Nick.
Are you?
Yeah.
So somewhere where you can play poker.
That would be fantastic. Unfortunately, I don't think many places that I would go to play poker are not actually accepting Americans these days.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is.
Where are you going to move?
Possibly the East Coast. So I would be closer to Europe. So once the 8-8 live events came back, I would be closer to our wonderful European destinations, which I'd be pretty excited about.
Uh-huh. Why would you move? You're from there, obviously.
I'm from there. Family.
Mm.
Not gonna lie, I'm kind of getting tired of the fires out in LA, in California. They're getting tiresome.
It's a slight problem, sure.
Yeah, the state's burning.
Yeah, that's not ideal. Agreed.
As we mentioned, the contest is unsure go. Let's see what we go here. Glendar Haman says New Zealand is the place to be. I know I have friends in New Zealand, and they tell me New Zealand is the place to be. I don't think that I can just walk in, though. Pocket threes versus ace 8. There's an ace. And pair of aces are good there.
Good game to the pocket threes.
Hey, Ronan's got a good question, Nick, and I know you've been around the game long enough that you're probably a perfect person to answer this.
Oh, no.
Because, hey, guys, question for you. How do you deal with consistently getting bad beats?
How do you deal with consistently getting bad beats? I mean, I think there's two sides to it, really. One is dealing with it when it happens in the moment, and another is dealing with it overall. So overall, if you're going to play a lot of poker, you have to accept them as a condition of the game, Ronan. And I'm reminded of the words of Bobby Baldwin, who said, good players get more bad beats than bad players, because good players are getting it in good more often, right? You're in a position to get a bad beat more often if you're a winning player in the game. So if you're going to play a lot of poker, they're going to happen. And if you're going to be a winning player when you play a lot of poker, they're going to happen a bit more. So you have to accept them as part of playing poker, which I know is easy for me to say, but does take a lot of emotional tolerance, if you like. Now, I would never dissuade you from playing poker. I think poker is amazing. But if you are somebody, if you're listening to this stream, and you are someone who really gets badly affected by bad beats and by things not going their way, or just by losing when you have the best hand, that kind of injustice, then I really would say that poker probably isn't the game for you, and you should probably find a different game. Because if that's your personality, then poker is just going to repeatedly punch you in the gut. Now,
although I will say, Nick, I will say this just as a quick comment. I think if that is a flaw that you have, a leak in your game, so to speak, I would imagine that would affect you in a lot of parts of life. And I would just say, rather than quit poker, I would say work on that. Because as I tell my 7-year-old, bad shit is going to happen to you. How you deal with that is what defines you.
This is very true. So let's say you want to deal with it. The first thing is you have to get into a condition of acceptance. I don't want to go to personal development and Zen Buddhisty on you, but you do have to have a condition of acceptance when you play poker. You cannot control everything that happens at the poker table. Exactly, David Tuchman. I want you to look at what David Tuchman's doing and have that in your mind's eye. That will make you feel rested and calm. And I think it's the way that I find is easiest to do this, Ron, is to actually break down what poker is. And it's a game where you play with an edge when you win. It's not a binary game where you win or lose. Okay. So when you play poker and you're a winning player, you have an edge across all of the hands you play and across all of the tournaments or games that you play. You don't know when that edge is going to work for you and when you're just going to lose. Overall, you have a small edge. And the problem most people have with bad beats is they don't realize how small their edge is. They feel entitled to win when they play poker. That's the problem. Whereas in actual fact, as Dominic Nietzsche said in our last stream, you're probably going to bust. The best tournament players in the world bust 80% of the tournaments they enter. And they're the best in the world. So you are going to bust. And some of the time that's going to be through bad luck. And you have to get yourself to a point of acceptance with that.
Yeah, I think one of the things that you mentioned there that really stuck with me, and I think it makes a lot of sense, is if you are if you are good, if you're making good decisions at the poker table, you are going to get more bad beats than your opponents because you are going to be getting your chips in good. I mean, in theory, clearly, if you're the one giving bad beats, you're probably making some bad decisions along the way.
For sure.
So, and I think
I think the other thing is that's hard for people to accept is that there's very rarely a lock, especially in Hold'em. So when you get it in good, you might be getting it in 70-30. Well, 30% is a lot of times where that's not going to work out. And yet our brains see it as big an injustice as if it was 99-1, because we should have won that pot. That's the challenge of it, isn't it? That's what's hard, I think, until you've played a lot of poker.
Yeah, people don't realize that even when you have aces versus tens, you're going to lose that 1 in 5 times. That's actually quite a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
And listen, it's challenging. I get it, Ronan. We're not going to sit here and tell you that this is easy, but the sooner you can relinquish control over things you have no control over and just really focus on the things you do have control over, which is decision-making process, you'll be a lot better off in poker and genuinely in life. There's only so many things that we have control over. And at the poker table, we have control over our decision-making process and what decisions we make. Once we've made the decision, it's out of our hands.
The other thing you can try, I agree with all of that, by the way, it's really important to think like that. You can also try different forms of poker. So you could try, some people find cash poker less tilting than tournaments, because tournaments you can play for a long time and then one big pot can make or break it. And that can be emotionally harder sometimes. Cash, providing you're playing well within your bankroll and you've broken your bankroll into small chunks. Well, if you have a bad beat for one of those small chunks, it's probably not going to affect you as much emotionally. There's also limit poker, which is still a thing. You could play limit poker if you really don't like the swings of no limit. So you could try different forms of poker. But I think what David's saying is absolutely right. It's about controlling what you can control and focusing on that, and letting go of the bad beats. Even though, of course, it's frustrating when they happen. Of course it is.
Blinder at 5,000, 10,000. Cleberson, still our chip leader at this table. We got an all in here from Hutter 5 under the gun. He moves all in for just under 14 big blinds. Action folds around. We're down to 79 players, just 25 away from the money. Min cash, as usual, it's large, although it's smaller than it usually is. It's only about 2.5x today, as opposed to what's been 3 times the buy-in.
That's small for this. Is still big in tournaments generally, isn't it?
Yes, it is definitely
big bubble.
Yao Cabral says, worst poker advice? When on tilt, push through it and keep playing.
Yeah, push through and keep playing, providing the big caveat I'd say to that, was that his worst poker advice?
That was his worst poker advice.
I think it's, yeah. Well, like, let's say, so this is more of a cash game comment, I think, because I've spent a lot more time playing cash, but I really feel like if the game is good, you should keep playing. But the big caveat is if you are still able to play well, right? So if you take a couple of big bad beats, but the game you're in is really good, you should still play in that game if it's a cash game. It's different in a tournament because you can't choose to get back into that tournament. But
It's
if
actually a
you are,
problem, Nick. It's a problem if you are a cash game player and every time you get a bad beat, you're just like, okay, I'm going to leave.
yeah,
That's a problem. You've got to be able to work through that sometimes, especially if it's a really good game in a good spot. It's you've got to put in your hours, and you can't be passing up really good situations just because you took a bad beat 30 minutes into your session.
Yeah, I agree. That's very true. And to contextualize it to tournaments, what you often see, or what I often see, especially commentating when you're not in the game, you see people take a bad beat in a pot, like a big pot or what they feel is a decisive pot, but it's not actually for all their chips. So maybe they had 50 big blinds and they got into a big pot and they could have been close to the chip lead and they lose it and they go down to 11 big blinds. You do see people give up in that situation all the time. They go in on themselves, they look for a chance just to get the money and they don't play well after that. So I think whatever form of poker, you have to develop this ability to absorb bad beats because they are going to happen. That's the kind of bad news. They just are going to happen. It is part of poker.
I have read and seen so much bad advice in my entire life. One of the worst things I've ever read was actually published in Card Player magazine. And you'd think like, okay, I mean it's a poker magazine that is geared toward poker players, and you'd think, okay, there'd be some vetting process where only good advice would be coming out, or at least somebody would look at that and go, yeah, that's good advice. Anyway, somebody wrote in a Card Player magazine few years ago how you should get a good make sure you have headphones and you listen to music while you play poker to keep yourself occupied so you don't get bored.
I mean, yeah.
I put that along the same lines of bring your iPad to your poker tournament. So the first couple of levels, you can just watch a movie so you don't get bored and do something stupid.
Yeah.
I just couldn't believe that was advice. Yes, focus less on the game that you're playing for money.
Yeah, exactly.
And focus more on something else that has entirely nothing to do with the game that you're playing. And somehow that's going to help you play better. What?
Yeah, that's terrible advice. I do think that one of the things about poker is that that old phrase, no limit hold'ems, especially full ring no limit hold'em, it is like structured to be hours of boredom and moments of terror. As we see our chip leader put the squeeze on VC, the joy of being the chip leader and offering someone to play for their whole tournament whenever you like.
Right. You're 20 away from the money. Do you want to go for it or no?
Right, exactly. Not fun. So yeah, what were we saying? Something.
We're talking about staying focused, and you're talking about how poker has hours of boredom.
We're talking about staying focused, which is why I lost focus.
Right.
Yeah. So again, I do think staying engaged in the game, as David's saying, is super important. Like you've got to be focused on the game, and if you find that hard at the tempo that No Limit Hold'em operates at, you've either got to correct that or you've got to find a different game. Like maybe you want to play heads up, or maybe you want to play something that moves a little faster, because you can't be, if you're bored at the table, then you're screwed. You just, it's not possible to play winning poker unless you're Dominic Nietzsche.
I know a lot of online poker players who have told me in the past they have really struggled when they made the transition to live. Obviously, online, you can play 6 max, you can play 4 or 5 tables at the same time. I mean, some people play 16, 24 tables at one time. Obviously, very difficult to be bored, impossible to do anything but be 100% focused on the task at hand. But for the players that transition from that to live poker, playing a 9-handed full ring game, and they're playing one table, it can be incredibly boring, and I understand that. So once again, I agree with Nick, which is really weird. I don't know what's going on today. Must be something in the water.
It
You and I
won't last.
agreeing way too
It won't
much.
last. It's early in the stream. It'll be fine. We'll get back on track.
But it's really, really helpful to be focused. It's amazing what our subconscious can pick up if you're
Oh,
engaged and you're
completely,
focused. Those
completely.
instincts like, I think he's bluffing. I think he has it. That's all stuff you've seen in the past. Your mind has kind of compiled a list and of patterns that people do. Got an interesting check raise here. A bet, a call. The Muffin Man moves all in, presumably with not that much fold equity. So certainly telling a story that he's got a hand he's willing to go with. Obviously, he's willing to go with it, but a
And
hand
he's
that he doesn't
fully
mind
gone
getting
with it.
called. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this can't be stone cold nothing, can it? No, King 9. And the King 9 holds.
He'll take that. Anytime you get it all done with King 9, you'll take 8-7 and hold. Yeah. No problem.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was one of those spots where you kind of knew it had to be a 9 or a 6 when you're playing the check raise line in that one. I don't know what I was saying, but yeah, I think we're talking about staying focused, and I love how we're talking about staying focused and we can't stay focused.
Come on. It's just like meta irony.
Yeah. But listen, I do understand. I do understand how difficult it can be, and I had a student a while ago, a couple of years ago. I was teaching. I still teach poker to some players, and I had a student. And what I actually told my student, he was a cash game player, and he was like, "Yeah, I usually go in for like 6 or 7 hours, and I have trouble staying focused." And I go, "Okay, well, let's cut these in half. Let's work up our stamina, just like you're an athlete. I'm not expecting you to be able to, if you can't play basketball for an hour straight, then don't. Let's build up your stamina." So for this poker player, and I said, "Okay, stay 100% focused for 30 minutes. See if you can do that. Then an hour, then an hour and a half. Build up your stamina."
Yeah, I agree.
Blind 6,000, 12,000.
The good news about focus and just staying engaged in the game is that you don't need an analytics professorship in order to understand how to have better focus. It's something that you can do as well as a top professional poker player. There's no reason for there to be a gap there. That's just your own motivation and concentration.
I'm going to raise in a 3-bet here from Gigi. Doesn't look like he can be much of a bluff.
Yeah, he hardly has any chips. So
yep, jacks versus tens. There's a set of jacks, and they will hold. Nice little double up to 193,000 for Gigi. Taito Poo is still in there. Gurney Sean says, worst poker advice was given a few years ago. Said, bluff a lot while playing out of position.
That's quite bad. It's quite a good way to get rid of your chips, definitely.
Yeah. WBWB says, worst poker advice says, you can play great and just ignore math.
Is that like ignore math and hope the math ignores you?
I guess so.
Hopefully it won't bother us.
I mean, that's the funny thing is when you look at a poker player here, we got a raise into the gun from You're Magical. And by the way, you are magical. All of you. You're all magical. Taito Poo is going to defend out of the big blind, a 6-high flop. I think that's what's kind of interesting about poker. And one of the reasons that I'm really drawn to it and continue to be fascinated by this great game is how many different things have to go into being a poker player. If you ignore math, it's very difficult to be a good player. But if you ignore, if you play live and you ignore live reads, you're also probably going to be difficult. It's probably going to be difficult to be a good poker player. If you can't stay focused, it's probably going to be difficult to be a good poker player. If you go on tilt and you don't have you don't have control over your emotions, it's going to be difficult to be successful over the long run. All of these things factor in.
The only thing I would say is if you just want to play poker for fun and chance your arm, and on your good days you get a deep run into tournament, whatever, and it's a recreation for you, then that's fine. That's fine. But don't make sure your actions and your expectations are aligned, because that's when people get unhappy and frustrated, is when their actions and their expectations are not aligned. So if you expect to do well at poker and you ignore the stuff David's talking about, you are going to have a gap between your expectations and reality. Because the margins in poker are not that big. Your edge is never that big, even if you're one of the best in the world. And so it's very easy to piss that edge away by not paying attention or not focusing or tilting even just a little bit, which causes you to play that hand you wouldn't have played, that kind of thing. So yeah, it does depend on how serious you are about doing well. But if you want to do well, you've got to get this stuff sorted and be playing, at your focus best most of the time, if not all the time.
I actually find that one of the most arrogant, and I know they don't mean it, but when I walk into the Rio and I walk into the World Series of Poker, and I see some, somebody who's a well-known poker player, and I see them in the early part of a tournament sit there on their iPad like this, just not even paying attention. Here's my iPad, by the way. And I just feel like the arrogance that you must have to think that you're that good to be able to do that. And I'm going to come out and say it. None of you are that good. Right. None of them. There's nobody that's that good that can literally just be unfocused at all in these and still do well.
Well, what I've always found strange is, I think it applies to online as well, although maybe not quite so much, but definitely to live. There's so much information at the start of poker tournaments that, people are very relaxed at the start of poker tournaments. They'll talk to you, they'll talk to each other. They're also playing deep stack poker, so you can see them play the flop, turn, and river. So there's just so much information about how they view poker, what level their thinking is at, and on and on and on. And if you're not focused in the early levels, you're not getting that information. So, I don't know. I just think you're giving up a significant edge if you're like really late or you're on your iPad or whatever.
Although I would rather, if I'm backing somebody and you're telling me that I'm either going to be on my iPad the first 2 levels or I'm going to skip it, just skip it then.
Yeah, save your energy.
Yeah, there's no point. You're not going to get anything out of it anyway. Unless you just, you just get dealt a cooler, but you could be on the wrong side of that cooler just as easily. So who knows? Let's turn our attention back to the table here. Chip leader Cleberson just continues to add chips to his stack, nearly 1.3 million right now, but he has some company. Yako win 123 now up over 1 million as well. He's on 1.2 million. Again, 54 players cash. We are down to 67, so just 13 away from the money. Nick, you ask what they're playing for? Well, we know a min cash is $500, but are you interested in knowing what's going on at the final table? How much these guys are actually playing for up top?
I'm beyond interested. I'm chomping at the bit.
Yeah, why don't we take a look at that final table payout structure? It's pretty phenomenal. First place, $19,190. Second place, $14,250. You go down that list, 10-5, $8,000, $5,600, $4,250. And if you make the final table, you make $1,660. Keep in mind, this is just a $215 buy-in tournament, and many of these players satellited in. So this is some really, really juicy payouts for what could be a small amount of investment.
Yeah, amazing. And it's only one night of poker. It's a lot of money for one night of clicking some buttons.
That's actually, I will say, there are many things I miss about not being able to play online poker. And obviously here in the States, we were able to play for quite some time, and that was taken away from us. But one of the things I miss the most is the fact that I can start a tournament today and I can finish a tournament today and I can win serious money. There are one-day live tournaments, but more often than not, the one-day live tournaments are relatively smaller. You're not going to win a ton of money in one day generally, unless you're investing a lot. Freeroll starts in less than 1 hour, 15 minutes to be exact, and the password for Freeroll is Freeroll.
Yeah, don't miss the free roll.
Okay, this is actually great poker advice. This is the answer. We have our winner number 1.
Oh, good. Excellent.
Honestonic, who is Superman 111, is just one. Says worst poker advice I've ever gotten was don't play on 888 poker. That is the worst poker advice you could possibly get.
Look at you and Anastonic with the sponsor brand values straight away.
I see you, Anna. I see you. Hey, that's using your head, Anna. Well played. Anna has just won that one. That's brilliant.
So that's the 888 one out of the way. Now, you should all know, you should all be primed and trying for the suck up to David Tuchman one, which there's only ever 4 prizes up for grabs, aren't there? Because there's going to be a 888 sponsor endorsed one, and David Tuchman is amazing one, and then the rest are up for grabs.
I mean, it doesn't have to necessarily be me amazing. It could be something about my pig or my dogs or my cats or the pregnant cat in the other room. Hey, I'm not. This is not. It doesn't have to be just about me.
Right.
On, Nick.
No, just something that's
somewhat related to me.
Somewhat related to flattering you. Yeah.
I'm not a complex guy.
How to win at 888's poker competitions.
I'm amazed, actually, somebody hasn't put that in the 888 magazine.
Yeah. Okay.
Rushdie Saldi says, worst advice I ever got was play lots of hands to see which ones work out. Other bad advice I've gotten in my life. You need to raise there to find out where you're at.
To find out where you're at. A classic.
I'm
trying to think what actual poker advice I got that was bad.
You need to call that out of the small blind. Poker odds. How could you fold?
Odds. Yeah, how could you fold?
You're getting the right price.
Yeah.
By the way, you want good advice. If the guy who raises is telling you how you can't possibly fold now because everybody's in the pot, you probably can.
Yeah, for sure.
You are watching the Millions Superstorm. Pretty excited about this one. 8 million guaranteed across the series. Just a ton of events, all obviously culminating in what will be a spectacular main event. We'll be following that action next week. So that is
just a small matter of a mill ball. Just a mill ball. One stick. $1 million.
Yeah, that's fairly impressive. $1 million guaranteed tournament. The buy-in for that is just $320. The buy-in's free, by the way, if you win the contest today or you win the free roll. We have another stream, by the way, coming up on Tuesday. Same bat time, same bat channel. And it's a high roller event.
Cool.
Blinds now 7,000, 14,000, just 9 away from the money. Once again, Vivian Saliba will be joining us in the next hour.
Saliba.
Players go on a break in just under 12 minutes. Look at this table, by the way. There are 7 tables in play still. And we have the 2 chip leaders at this table.
Yeah. I mean, that's reasonably random, isn't it?
Yeah.
Randomness is weird.
I mean, if you're like, Graham the Cardinal or You're Magical or, Taito Poo, you actually have a pretty much an average stack. And yet you look to the left and right of you and you're thinking, oh, wow, I'm in trouble here.
Yeah.
That's also something I think from a mental perspective. If you play tournaments, and I know neither one of us are really tournament specialists, but I know that it has to be difficult. And I've talked to people about that. Kind of getting your mind past what average chip stack is, or if somebody at your table has heaps, kings versus eights, and eights are not going to work out here.
The rich get richer.
Yeah.
That'd be good for the chip lead, in fact.
And that was a pretty risky play there by, I want to say that was Graham the Cardinal. Yeah, Graham the Cardinal. At average chip stack, had well over 20 big blinds, were 7 away from the money, and they just stuck it all in with pocket eights. I think that's a bit of ICM suicide.
Do you? I think it's fine.
He raised under the gun and then got shoved all in from.
He raised under the gun.
He raised under the gun and then got shoved by the big stack in the small blind.
Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry. I had the positions completely wrong. That's my bad. I thought it was the
Okay.
button and the big blind. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That was not good.
I mean, yes, the chip leader is going to have bluffs in his range,
Yeah, but
but
not.
it's just not worth the min cash is 2.5 times the buy-in. You hate it, but you just have to fold eights there.
Yeah, I think you do because he's probably, even though big chip stacks will mess around a bit towards the money bubble, he just probably isn't there.
But even if he is, let's say he's messing around with like ace 10. I mean, do you really want to flip for, to cash when you could just fold into the money?
I don't, David. I value money.
Yeah, me
I
too.
enjoy it. I enjoy it.
I like money too. I'm with you. Okay.
Yeah, $500 bubble.
Look
Bear in mind
what
as well, a lot of these players will have satellited, so it is a really significant bubble.
this
What's
is my
that?
wallet.
Yeah. Why is that on screen?
This is what's in my wallet.
$1.
$1. So
you can tip the valet. That's it.
Who tips a valet $1? You tip him $1, you cheap bastard.
That's all you've got. What are you going to do? Tip them $1 and give them a piece of life advice. Here's $1, and remember, always focus in the early levels of tournaments. You're welcome.
Yeah, fortunately during COVID, there's not much valeting going on. I never thought about that. I was thinking, you and I we did the podcast and we talked about all the industries affected by COVID. How about those poor valet drivers? What are they doing these days?
For sure. Other things, I think, is the answer, unfortunately.
Right? Jack 10 versus Ace Queen. And the Jack 10 does not hit the heart, but does hit a Jack. And that is good for an elimination. The Muffin Man up to 584.
We don't have it much in the UK, but I absolutely love valet parking. It's the best thing. It's awesome.
I'm kind of surprised you don't have it in London. I mean, parking is.
There are some places in London. It's just not a particularly big thing. There are definitely some places in London, like some nicer places, but it's not a big thing here.
It should be. I mean, you start a business. That's a great business because the middle of London parking is just so difficult. It's a horrific experience. I would gladly pay somebody like £6 to park my car in certain situations. And I'm saying in certain situations when I just can't find parking. Do I really want to spend an hour looking for a spot?
Yeah. And I'm a terrible driver at slow speeds. I lose concentration. It's boring, isn't it?
Well, invariably, I find that I'll find a spot and then I'll end up getting a ticket that'll cost me £60 anyway. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Blind still 7,000, 4,000. We are 4 away from the money. Things are getting exciting here. WB says, worst poker advice I ever got was pre-flop play doesn't matter. Some bad advice.
That's some like super old school advice. That's like back when No Limit was played with 1,000 big blinds and they just weren't interested in pre-flop. Because bear in mind, there was a time, I don't know how long ago, quite a long time ago, where 3-betting wasn't a thing. Maybe 20 years ago.
Well, 3-bet was like aces, kings, and queens.
Right. So it's not that pre-flop didn't matter, because obviously it still matters what hands you're getting in pots with in what positions. Obviously that still matters. But it was such a smaller part of people's thinking about Hold'em.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if that, obviously it's been around, but I wonder if that was also kind of the Gus Hansen WPT phase where people were watching him play all these kind of like crazy, strange hands thinking, see, just play the player. Who cares what you have?
Yeah.
There are some games that I follow. I'll actually make like coaching videos from them. There are some games where the pre-flop play is so bad. If you just played perfectly pre-flop and then just relatively mediocre post-flop, you'd win.
They're cash games.
Yeah.
Like deep stack cash games.
Deep stack cash games where the pre-flop play is so bad, where a guy opens king 4 suited from under the gun 1 and then calls a 3-bet. So like he'll open the 3x. He'll open 3x and then call like 15x
Interesting
from
situation
out of position.
here, David, with the biggest chip stack opens under the gun, flat call from your magical, and then the second in chips in our tournament, 3 bets. So under the gun +1 and a 3 bet from the big stacks.
And you and I have been very impressed by Cleberson's play over the past month or so. He's really shown, or she has really shown some talent. This could be obviously a huge hand, but it also could be kind of sending a message of, can I be the alpha dog at this table? And I think it speaks volumes about that particular player that I genuinely don't know which one it is. Your magical, though, after flatting and under the gun open, now moves all in.
Could be aces or kings. Could have flattered with aces or kings.
Well, there's the all in, effective all in. There's the actual all in. Back over to your magical.
Probably not because he's not deep enough, but that's a spot where you'd flat ace or kings if you were deeper. Your magical might have. I don't know what I was thinking here. He might have thought that Cleverson was making a move, maybe.
But it's opposite. Right. The problem is, though, he can't fold now. Obviously.
Yeah, no, I don't know what he's doing now.
And we're not one away from the money, so he can't. Yeah, ace, queen versus jacks. This is an unfortunate situation for him. Needs a club, an ace, or a queen. There's a club. Look at that.
Unfortunate situation. Very good situation.
Yeah, it turned into a really good situation. And you're feeling magical right now at 872,000. Heaps and heaps of heaps and heaps of cheaps at our featured table. And the tomatoes are being thrown.
Quite right. After that.
I love the bad advice that is pouring in. Keep it coming.
How many prizes have you given away? 1?
Just 1.
You have to work, work harder in the next 2 hours, David Tuchman.
We've got a 4-hour show. We have 3 more hours after this.
Well, do the maths. You're behind the pace.
Slightly behind. I am slightly.
You need 1.5 per hour. Come on.
I'm slightly behind pace.
Yeah. Very relaxed about it.
You know what? I've been here before.
Fair enough.
Vasey all in for 92,000. Under 6 big blinds. Get a re-raise here from the small blind to isolate. Yaka win 1, 2, 3. All in over the top. Uh-oh. Taito Poo thinking, I didn't want this situation. Ace 10, ace jack, ace 8. Ace jack is still good. No, the ace 8. Look at that. But, so we've got a triple up by the short stack and then an elimination by Taito Poo.
Yeah, that's one of those things where it's not a bad beat technically, but it's still a very unlucky situation is the point.
Yeah.
So the small blind is doing absolutely the right thing, but the big blind wakes up with a hand which is almost never going to happen.
Dumb question for you. If you're Taito Poo and you decide to take the option of min raising and leaving yourself half your stack behind, presumably because you're on the money bubble, why would you then call off?
I don't know why he didn't just shove anyway.
Right. Listen, I can't argue. If he just shoved the ace 10 and then got, a cooler because the guy woke up with ace jack behind him, you just go, hey, man, that's poker. What are you going to do? You got really unlucky, Button open. You're going to have the best hand here 95% of the time. Very unlucky, man. What are you going to do? But if you decide to take the route of, hey, I'm going to be a little bit more cautious and I'm only going to raise min and I'm going to leave half my stack behind, which is still like 13, 14 big blinds. At that point, Yaka Win couldn't be bluffing. He can't be. It's just, he knows he's getting called. Plus, as an all-in player.
Yeah.
I feel like at that point, just because of the money bubble, even though you have half your chips in the stack, in the pot, you probably should fold, right? I'm genuinely asking you. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's such a weird way to play it anyway. He's going to be getting like 6-1 on that call.
Absolutely. It's just a question of.
But then also we are actually 2 away from the money. So, and it's a big money bubble. So I don't know. I'd need some ICM software, I think.
I mean, he actually just
I think
by calling that off, he
yeah.
costs himself. Yes, it's clearly positive EV from a chip standpoint, but from a financial money standpoint, I think it's a negative EV because when he folds there, he wins $500 all the time. 100% of the time, he gets $500. When he calls there, he's going to win that pot, say 27% of the time, even say 33% of the time, something like that. And how often is winning that pot going? How often is winning that pot going to give him much better chance of like final tabling?
No, you've done well there, David. It's good analysis.
I don't know. Anyway, players are going on a break.
No, you're right. No, you're right. I'm agreeing with you. You're right. You're right. He should fold. We've cleared that up. Let's go on a break.
Good. You know what? I was not going to be able to go on a break without clearing that up. Thank you very much.
It's
more
done.
Nick Wealthall, more David Tuchman, and more importantly, more great online poker here at 888 Poker in 5 short minutes. Hello, 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 and welcome back to the 888 million Superstorm live stream. You will notice that our stream has it's better looking now because Nick has obviously done something to freshen up. He looks fantastic, Nick. I don't know
Thank
what you
you.
did during that break, but you look great.
Just a quick Botox.
Yeah, you look seriously.
Perfect.
Your eyes are just popping.
Yeah, thanks.
You look amazing. Vivian Saliba,
Hi,
also with
Vivian.
us.
Oh, I missed you.
This
Me
just
or
such
him?
a lie. Such a lie. It's not
Both
true.
of us. Wow. Well, Vivian Saliba is here, guys. Viv, we're giving away all sorts of wonderful stuff. We'll get into that in a second, but you are going to be integral in that over the next couple of hours. Do we have you for 2 hours or just one?
2 hours.
Fantastic. Okay. Guys, remember how I told you, how Nick told you that you had to cater to my infantile mind? Now you need to cater to Viv because Viv is going to be awarding a couple of prizes. More on that in a second because we're watching Cleberson lower the clubber, so to speak, betting 102,000 heroes in the tank on this one. Hearts got there. Queen gives him a Broadway. We are one away from the money bubble. 55 players remain.
I mean, he can make this call and still cash.
Yes.
I didn't quite get it out. I was going to say he can pay to find out that Cleberson's got a queen and still cash, and I blew it.
Cleberson back up to 1.3 million. Yaka Win is our chip leader on 1.776 million. As always is the case, we have tons of giveaways. In 27 minutes, we've got a free roll beginning, and that free roll is the password for that free roll is free roll. That's right.
It's free roll. It's free roll. Don't know.
Viv, you gonna play? Viv, you got to get in there, right? You got to play.
I'm already registered.
That's
Have you?
fantastic.
Amazing. Vivi's in. Awesome. Your chance to beat Vivian Saliba and me at poker.
Nick, can I have a 5% free roll of your free roll with the
Yes, you
password free
may.
roll?
Yes, you may.
Awesome.
Nick, can I have 10% free roll of your free roll?
10%? This is like costing the actual equity. But you can't just do that and expect me to agree.
Why don't you guys swap 10%?
10% with you.
Okay, let's do like this. Let's swap your 10% for my 5%.
What are you talking about?
I'm negotiating.
Why are you negotiating shares in a free roll? This is outrageous.
Especially it's not even PLO. Nick's really good at no limit hold'em. I find this offensive, Viv.
She doesn't care.
I know, right? Terrible.
Free. Why can't
Are you gonna? Well, wait. Are you gonna play? Are you gonna try?
Me?
Yeah,
registered.
you.
I'm gonna try.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything. You might like go off the broadcast and have a sleeps.
No. I'm in for it. For real.
Okay, fine. All right, fine. As agreed, we'll swap 10% each.
I like it. And I get a free 5%. And Viv, can I get a free 5% of your free roll?
I'm not liking the way things are going. You're like teaming against me.
No, we're all in this together.
Yeah, we're a team. I mean, listen, if I had the free roll, I would give you each 25%, but I can't play.
Well, no deal. I go for it all.
Wow.
Nick.
Wow. Okay. Well, Nick, you know what? Listen, I'm on team.
I'll see you at table 217 in 48 minutes.
Yeah, I am on team Nick right now. Okay. Well, Viv, enough about the free roll as we do watch this bubble play out. They're on hand for hand, which is why you're seeing a hand, then a break, then a hand, then a break, then a hand, then a break. Stop me when you figure out what I'm going to say next. But we also have other giveaways. Viv, we are giving away 5 $16.50 888 poker tournament tickets and close the front door. We are giving away one $320 main event ticket.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Now, how we decide who wins goes under very rigorous testing. All you have to do is just appeal to us. That's all you have to do. And of course, go to the Facebook comment section of this live stream and make sure you include your username, your 888 poker username, and let us know what is or what was the worst poker advice you have ever received. Obviously, if you make Nick chuckle, if you amuse us, those are good entries and you're more likely to win. We have only awarded one so far, Viv. So we're counting on you to give away at least two over the next couple of hours.
Awesome. I will do it. And
if you can browse through that Facebook comment section and let us know which ones you see.
And also, Viv, I would be interested to know what your best and worst advice you've been given is.
Oof.
You can think about it. Yeah, you can think about it. It's fine. Just think about it. What have you been up to?
Not much. All the same. Life's back to normal. I was even playing some live poker last week. I drove to Rosvadov. Yeah, it was good to get some cards, but of course, the situation is not normal yet, and people still need to be cautious. But I must say, like, online right now is better, way better. And I've been playing a lot of online, learning German still, all the same. How about you?
How far away is Rosvadov from where you are?
4 hours. I'm a slow driver.
Oh, okay. So about 3.5 hours.
Probably for most people, yeah.
When you say
are you like really a conservative driver? Because that doesn't fit with your personality.
Well, I'm cautious. Like, people drive like maniacs. And you need to go through Germany, and there's this autobahns, and you can go like full speed, no limit of speed, and people just go crazy. So
how fast do you go?
Maximum I was like 150, 160, but this is rare. Normally I go like 120.
120. Okay, that's not that slow.
No, it's not that slow, but people sometimes go 200 or so, and then
right.
And you can. That's the thing. You can go 200.
You know, I'm starting to think, Nick, that maybe one of Viv's strengths is the fact that she's actually far more cautious than what she appears to be. We all perceive her to be kind of crazy, but let's look at the evidence. Okay, first of all, she drives slower than other people. She drives more cautiously. And then in a cash game, an 888 poker cash game, she folded jacks versus me to a 4-bet. So maybe that's the thing. Maybe people assume that she's this crazy Brazilian, you know, who's just wild, but she's actually quite cautious. And the fact that she plays against type really plays into her strength.
Maybe.
I feel like maybe she just sees poker and driving slightly differently. That's my bet.
No.
Maybe I'm a bad driver, maybe just not as good as a poker player also.
No, come on. How's the German?
Horrible.
Is it?
Very difficult.
Really?
It's very difficult. It's driving me crazy. In English, everything. Germans are very difficult.
For those of you wondering what they're talking about, Viv during quarantine has been learning German, and apparently not very well at that.
I go to school 3 times a week now, and before I was going 4 times a week. Like, I'm really committed to it, but it's difficult. In English, everything is die table, die chair. In German, they have 3 genders for things, and the whole grammar will differ depending on the gender. It's difficult.
I know very little German, so I can't speak of it, but it seems like it would be a very difficult language.
Yeah.
Especially coming from Portuguese. I mean, you know, it's so different, you know, speaking Portuguese or maybe even a little Spanish, you know, going to another Roman language, whether it be Italian or something along those lines, would probably be quite easy for you, or at least easier. than
I think
to
this is
Germany.
fair to say. Yeah, I'm learning. I can have a small conversation and I can order stuff and I can ask for directions, but I can't read a book yet.
I Am Buddha, by the way, is currently our chip leader on 2.1 million chips. Yakawin is currently second in chips. Cleberson still very solidly in the top 5 on 1.35 million.
Cleberson was doing on one of the other streams that we had you on, Viv, because I remember talking about he's Brazilian and the names of the football player and so on. Do you remember this? He was, I'm sure he was.
I don't remember this, but
trust me.
I remember, Nick.
Nick,
you know what it is? I am so focused on what you were saying each and every show. I remember everything you say.
You've learned so much.
I have.
From it, not just about poker, about life, about love.
I feel like a better person. And I think that's the message we want to send to all of our listeners and viewers out there. If you want to work on your poker game, this is a great place for you. But if you want to be a better person, if you want to learn life lessons, Wealthall is a wealth of knowledge.
Like a Buddha.
Like a Buddha.
Like a preppy Buddha.
Yes.
That should
actually be your
name.
That should be forever. Preppy Buddha.
Preppy Buddha. Could have worse. This is an incredibly long bubble, by the way, for an online tournament.
How much are they playing for? Let me see.
A lot, like $500 is the bubble amount. $215 tournament. So.
Yeah,
I would play as well.
Get a raise here from Yakawin. Get a defend from Cleberson. Dry flop, king, deuce, deuce, 110,000 in there. So if you can pull up the Facebook chat, Viv, and take a look through that chat and see if there's any contest submissions that kind of pickle your ear, let us know.
Okay, so I'm at YouTube, so that's not the one, right? Or can people comment here too?
They can, but that's not for the contest though. Contest has to be Facebook.
Yeah, let me open here.
Kind of a weird.
Just put them to her, no?
That was an incredibly weird play, Nick. Yakawin, it was a very small pot, but we don't have a ton of hands to talk about. But I'm curious what you think of this. Yakawin raised from the cutoff, got called by the big blind. Flop came out king, deuce, deuce, rainbow. He checked back the flop, which I find really strange. But then he checked back the flop and then folded the turn to one bet, which I find even stranger.
Not Yakawin.
Yeah.
Yakawin folded.
Yes.
Yeah, so he just didn't have anything.
Right, but I mean, if you're the raiser pre-flop against the big blind range, king, deuce, deuce is just, I'm c-betting a lot of the time there. Not all the time, but the times I'm not c-betting, I'm genuinely going to have, some showdown value. I just don't know if I have many like check back give ups on that particular flop when I'm the chip leader against the big blind defend.
I can't comment because, I'm betting the flop with all of my hands.
That's what I mean, right? I mean, you're c-betting that like so often. The very few times you're not c-betting, you figure you have some showdown value.
Maybe they just figure that in context they've got all the chips and it's the stone cold bubble, so the other players just not messing about at all with them, and they just don't want to bluff. I don't know.
I guess. Okay. Yeah.
I don't know. They got 1.8 million. They can do what they like.
Leo Maya.
Did you know that I Am Buddha is now the chip leader?
Yes.
Spooky coincidence.
I'm reading to the stories. There's some good ones.
There are. Leo Maya says, my worst poker advice was that anyone can win at this game. Well, obviously that was false because I can't seem to win to save my life.
Oh, no. That's really sad.
Yeah.
I don't want that to be true.
Pavel said, if you don't see the fish at the table, then you're the fish. That's a good advice.
That's good advice. We're looking for the worst poker advice you've ever received.
All right. I like this one. Okay, let's let the guys send more because I'm very picky today.
Ronan Donnery says, "Where is your plant, Nick?"
So it's over there, and I was feeling a bit lazy earlier, and I didn't move it. I was hoping no one would bring it up.
It's our hot topic. Single chat, like the plant.
I know, but I figured people would. I figured people would forget. You've got one, like Vivian's got one. Like, look at her one. That's fine. Have we got a plant? I could get it.
Next break. We want to
but then that's good. But that's going to take my whole break.
We don't mind.
Yeah, you don't mind. I will have to go to the toilet under my desk if I use the whole break to move the plant. It's bad.
Oh, nice spot. That pocket sixes there. Muffin Man up to 946,000. Cleverson makes a hit down to 1.2 million. Chad Wilkinson.
Yeah, Cleverson called very quickly there, considering the other guy was making pretty big bet on the bubble. Anyway,
I assume he had an ace, and just he realizes I'm never folding an ace here, so let me just call. I'm not raising. I'm never raising with an ace. I'm never folding an ace, so no need to waste everybody's time. Chad Wilkinson said, "Good to see you, gents, again." Well, you too, Chad. Even though we can't see you, thank you for joining us. Says, worst poker advice I ever got 15 years ago. I'd only been playing live poker for about a month. And basically, his friends, he was about $250 short of his rent money. Oh, we're in the money. Ace King versus tens. Kaida Cosmo does the job and eliminates Vessi in 55th. Now, the reason we haven't continued on is if somebody else gets eliminated on the exact same hand, they will chop up that min cash. Otherwise, Vessi will be our bubble person. Find out in just a moment. Anyway, Chad Wilkinson got advice from his poker buddies, his brand new poker buddies, because he was just new to the game. He was $250 short of rent money, and they said, "Go play poker. You can easily make that." Suffice to say, he did not win it.
Oh.
So the old adage of don't play poker with your rent money, he took the opposite advice.
And I don't feel like you should do anything with your rent money that isn't pay your rent. Like I don't think that's poker specific advice. Just general good advice, isn't it? Have rent money, because otherwise you've got a serious problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't do this, guys.
Oh, Glinder Haman took the old the stupid saying we all say when we see deuces, we go, "Deuces never loose," right?
Loses, yeah.
Well, somebody took that to heart because apparently deuces do lose. He said, "Worst advice I ever got was that twos never lose."
Is that honestly not true?
I don't think it's actually true. I don't think twos. I don't think twos are infallible.
Brilliant. Now they say.
Phil Walmsley says, "Bad advice. I've just poured myself a pint of whiskey. A pint, wow. And now I'm thinking I'll win this free roll. I'll beat Vivian and Dave with my 7-deuce offsuit in the free roll."
Kill Dave. Kill Dave. Kill Dave. Killed.
You can't beat me. I'm not playing in it, but you can beat Nick.
We're interchangeable.
Same person.
Same person. Sort of.
Wow. Jack James says, worst advice is play like David and Nick. Who gave you that advice, Jack? Nobody actually gave you that advice. Come on.
Worst poker advice. People are getting inspired. Good. Keep it on, guys.
What's going on? We're getting fired?
People are inspired. I'm reading to the advice.
Oh, inspired. Yeah.
There's people send one after another.
Yeah, worst poker advice is a big winner. I mean, I'm a big fan of this. I like this. We just need really good one here.
I'm trying to think of bad poker advice I was given as poker advice. Do you know what I mean? So I know a lot of bad poker advice. I'm trying to think, did anyone ever actually directly give me bad poker advice?
Yeah.
I think I had a manager who told me not to go out and play poker on work nights back when I had a job and I was very young. That was terrible advice.
I actually gave terrible poker
advice. I wouldn't
advice.
be here today, would I, if I'd taken that advice?
Right. I actually gave terrible poker advice early on in my career. I was doing a video while I was living in London, and I made a video and I said, it was like a remedial video, and I said, don't bluff bad poker players, which is terrible poker advice. And I think I've said this on our show with Nick. So that's terrible about it, because bad poker players come in all shapes and sizes. Some poker players are bad because they fold too much. You should absolutely bluff those guys.
That's true.
Yeah.
Ace-5, no matches for nines. Not surprisingly, as the bubble lasted a while, people are dropping like flies now as we're down to 48. Well, Viv, we're counting on you to award at least 2. So.
All right. So on the worst poker advice.
Yes, worst poker advice.
The best poker advice at any time, or the thing's the worst poker advice?
Today is just worst.
Right.
Yeah, but I'm interested to know any good poker advice you've got as well, because
yes,
I mean, Vivian.
Right. I mean, if you can give us the tips that will make our life better and our poker game better, please don't hold back.
Worst poker advice: smash your laptop to a wall if you lose aces pre-flop.
Did you just see that last hand, Nick?
Between
10 Nats and Cleberson? That was
what
okay.
happened?
Okay, so 10 Nats actually checked. No, 10 Nats actually, he bet 40,000. Cleberson made it 80,000. No, sorry. Cleberson bet 40,000. 10 Nats made it 80,000. Cleberson made it 120. And then 10 Nats folded.
But a limit.
Yeah, they were playing limit poker there for a moment. It's pretty cool. I like that. Justin Liu says, worst poker advice, be like Phil Hellmuth. I'm not asking just for
how is that bad poker advice? So like you're one of the biggest celebrities in poker. You've got like 14 bracelets and you've won like comfortably 7 figures, maybe 8 figures. That doesn't sound like bad advice.
In LA, there's I think a common pastime for struggling actors and actresses during non-COVID times would be to hang out at the local trendy hipster cafe, right? And have coffee and essentially badmouth every actor and actress who have made it in Hollywood. Because they're all like, yeah, well, I don't care. They're terrible. That person's awful. As, struggling actress and actor spends hundreds of dollars on acting classes, waiting tables, driving Uber, whatever they are doing. Nothing wrong with those jobs, obviously, but when they're trying to be an actor, that's what they're trying to do. And all they do is just badmouth. And I feel like that's kind of the same thing. Like, last thing I want to do is be like Phil Hellmuth. He's terrible. Right? 16 bracelets winner later. Millions upon millions of dollars won. Probably the most recognizable poker player in the world.
Yeah.
I think like trying not to be like his public persona is a good metric, because I think his public persona is terrible. That's just my view, and not the same as his private persona. But like, I think that's a good idea. But in terms of poker success, yeah, you actually want to be at that level. That would be good.
Absolutely.
Once again, Nick Wealthall, Vivian Saliba, David Tuchman here for the 888 Millions Superstorm. That's right. The Thunder and Lightning are coming. 8 million guaranteed. This is a 100,000 guaranteed tournament, and we are in the money. Our chip leader right now is I Am Buddha, pulling away with 2.5 million. We have number 2 and number 3 in chips at this table, though. Yakawin and Cleverson. Muffin Man, by the way, also top 10 in chips.
Jack James wrote, bad advice, this woman ain't good at poker, but he didn't write his nick, so he's bad. That was a good one.
What? Say it again. Say it again.
The bad advice is saying that women are bad at poker.
Oh, yeah, sure. That is bad advice.
That's actually a statement that I heard many times. So
Really?
Yeah.
It's not really advice per se, just a statement.
It's a statement, all right.
Well, it's advice if you're saying, if you were saying you can take advantage of that player because she's a woman, then it would be advice.
Right.
And
That would be bad advice, yes. Absolutely. I am just being a nitpicker right now. I understand that. So
why do you hate women, David? Why?
Why? You know what? I knew that's what you would take out of that. And I'm glad.
Why can't you love
Let me tell you why I hate now. Back when I was 4 years old.
Oh, God.
We're down to 42 players. The remaining 42 players, by the way, are now guaranteed a cool $550. So we've had one pay jump already. Get a raise here from Heroes and All In. Ace Queen versus King 10. There's the ace. King 10 not going to get there. Not a huge pot, but we do get an elimination.
I feel like if the person that wrote the woman one gives you his screen name, you'll give him a prize, right, Vivi? That's what it seemed like you were saying.
He gave me his screen name. I think we should give him a prize.
Okay, cool.
Who is it?
Cool.
I need to make one for the girls. Ink.Jack.
I'll have to find that one so I can put it in here.
Jack James.
Do you know the person's name? Jack James?
Jack James, yes.
Jack James. Okay, great.
That's the second coolest Jack name I've heard today, David Tuchman.
Really? What's the first one?
Jack James is pretty cool. But so Vivian, we have someone working on a production team, and apparently this is his real name, but I don't believe it. Apparently his real name is Jack Stranger.
Stranger?
Jack Stranger.
That's great. I thought you would say Jack Daniels.
Jack Stranger. My name, Stranger.
Yes.
Jack Stranger.
Stranger Jack. Yeah,
right?
Yeah, that's pretty.
Nick,
pretty
I
cool,
feel like,
right?
Nick, you know those ridiculous videos that you and I make when we go to Barcelona or any of these various places where we just have fun and we walk around the city and we kind of get to know it a little bit better and we have fun and
travelogues.
Yeah, those things.
Travel vlogs.
Utterly ridiculous. I feel like the next time we can do it, one of us can play the role of Jack Stranger.
Sure, but it's not you.
It should probably be you. Yeah, you're British.
Yeah, obviously.
Way more debonair than I am.
I can be.
Right? I can be the stupid American who got kidnapped, and you can rescue me.
Yeah, you can be the hapless billionaire's son. Yeah.
Yeah, I love how I couldn't be the billionaire. I've got to be the billionaire's son, right?
I mean, come on. We have to make it at least vaguely credible for the viewer.
Fair enough. Yeah. Well said.
Yeah. Thank you.
Nick Wealthall, Vivian Saliba, thank you for joining us. We are here again on Tuesday. That's right, Tuesday, same time, 9 p.m. GMT. We are here for the High Roller. Vivian, are you going to play in that?
Yes.
Awesome. So you can play in that on Tuesday and watch the live stream because we will be here. We'll have more giveaways as well. Oh, by the way, Nick, before you go on, the free roll is beginning right now. Free roll.
Oh, my goodness.
Starting now. Free roll.
Vivian, put your game face on.
Ooh, that's intimidating.
Yeah, that's intimidating.
Yeah.
Oh, thank goodness she's not at my table. I thought for sure she would be.
Queen 8 versus Ace 8 for all of it. Ace high. Ace high holds. And we get what appears to be another. No, Uno is, or Uno is, or Ueno, or Ueno. I don't know. Anyway, you want to cut it. Still has chips there. Both players, pretty healthy stacks. Average chip stack right is 639. Both players below average, but still doing okay. The password for that free roll, late registration is still open for about 35 minutes. The password for that free roll is Freeroll. That's right. Just type in Freeroll and you can play. So pretty cool. And let us know how you're doing, please.
Nick, what's your table?
Vivi, my table is 105.
You'll find it.
How do you say 105 in German?
105.
Boom. Straight
Sounds
nailed it.
Yeah, sounds like your German is perfect to me. I mean, think about how often you have to say the number 105 in your life. I mean, how practical is that? That's amazing. Well done, you. The Muffin Man battling Clever Son once again. 2 1 million chip stacks here. We have 4 players over $1 million at this table. We're down to just 5 tables in the tournament. Some of them obviously not full. In fact, none of them are full. Playing 7-handed here.
Let's see how our promotion is going.
So I wear a various array of hats on these live streams. I'm curious of what the audience thinks of this hat.
Oh God, are we at that point already? We're not even halfway in the show. Is that what we're reduced to?
Well, I mean, I feel like last week.
Rate my hat.
Well, I mean, I've got a collection of hats. I love good baseball caps, and I've got many of them. And I think, I wear my New York Islander one sometimes, and I'll wear my Browns Brewing Company one sometimes. I've even worn my my Smokey Bear one. Don't start fires, Smokey Bear. And today I've got my I'm going to pretend that I know how to surf in Hawaii.
Sorry about this, Vivian.
Hat.
Sorry about this, Vivian. It's best if you just smile through it. He'll stop in a minute. Happy David. Amazing. Did you buy them with your own money?
Some of them were gifted to me. I can tell you about each one if you'd like to hear.
Oh.
Blinds are 15,000, 30,000.
I've got 47 chips more than I started with in the free roll. Deal with that, Saliba.
I have 6 chips less than what I started.
Boom.
Whoa.
Kill shot.
Cash out now. Got a raise and a defense. A lot of spades out there. Check.
Why can't I find you in this free roll? What table are you on, Vivian?
I'm at table 4.
Oh, okay. You're correct.
I'm playing.
Okay. You are playing.
Today I'm playing very serious.
That's good. I was worried you were bluffing that you were playing. I mean.
By the way, the chip leader has actually been moved to our table. So we now have 1, 2, and 3 in chips at this table. I am Buddha with 2.4 million. The Muffin Man on his right, currently 3rd, and Yaka win in the bottom right corner of your screen on 1.9 million. Flopped flush for Perfect Shade, who gets the perfect flop up to 1.5
Yeah, that's pretty
million.
handy. Yeah. He moves up to 3rd in the tournament.
Okay, so
very
we have
helpful.
4 of the top 5 in chips and 5 of the top 7. That's uncanny with 4 tables remaining. Jorge Gabriel Vaca says, worst advice I ever got was fold aces pre-flop. Okay, I should probably put stipulations in there. Try to make it. I'm not asking.
Oh my God, Vivian, you're watching my table. This is exciting.
No, let me see.
This is really exciting for everyone who's watching the free roll. It's really exciting.
Okay. I'm not. I just want to make sure that I put this out there to everybody. I'm not actually asking all of you wonderful people out there for terrible advice. I want to hear what the worst poker advice that you ever got was. There's a distinct difference. I just can't imagine, why would anybody tell you to fold aces pre-flop? Just doesn't make any sense.
That would be bad.
It's terrible advice, obviously, but
if you have one big blind on the bubble of the main and you have a whole orbit, maybe you should fold aces. There is some situations. If you have a full orbit, because if you have real high chances of cashing if you fold, I think there is some situations.
There are some situations, and we've actually talked about them. Like, if you're on like a super satellite where, they're awarding a number of seats and winning a hand doesn't mean anything, you can fold aces in that spot. But there are very few. I think as a general rule of thumb, if you never fold aces pre-flop, you're doing okay.
Yes, but there are some situations. But yes, I agree that people are just writing nonsense now. Come on, guys.
I want to hear the worst poker advice. I mean, honestly, I have books here. Hold on a second. I'm gonna mute myself for a second. Nick, take the show.
He's gonna go and get some books.
And caps.
And caps. Don't know what to say. Sorry about the caps thing. Were you ever given amazing Omaha advice?
Omaha advice.
Somebody told me when I first played Omaha that somebody told me the best hand was Jack 10, 9, 8 double suited. Like they said that's the best hand in Omaha.
No, that's bad advice.
That's quite bad.
Did he ask you to play your heads up afterwards?
Yeah, he said, you've never played it before, right? 2 things you need to know. Jack 10, 9, 8 double suited is the best hand, and also you should play me. Yeah, those are his 2 tips, yeah.
Okay, so guys, listen, for anybody out there who's looking for bad poker advice, I have a book that was given to me a long time ago, written by Annie Duke, filled with lots of terrible poker advice.
Wow.
Here's another one. Oh, here, more awful poker advice. Probably. I haven't read it. Phil Hellmuth's autobiography.
There is no poker advice in there, though.
Well, whatever. There's got to be terrible life advice in here. Zachary Elwood. This is garbage.
Wow.
This book,
very nice.
Brilliant. Don't go here if you're looking for bad poker advice. Only filled with good poker advice.
I like Zachary Elwood's Verbal Tales. Why don't you like it?
Trash.
Oh.
Garbage.
Oh.
Sorry. Not sorry.
Wow. I know about poker advice that probably I was given. That running once or 3 times in a cash game, for example, is different. Like that you're gonna make less money 3 times, or if you run twice. And
that's a good one. I've heard that a lot.
Yeah, the one like the one where you're like, if you're winning the hand, you should only run it once, but if you're losing the hand, you should run it more than once.
You should run it twice. Yeah.
It's very bad poker advice, and this you hear so often.
Yeah, you do hear it a lot.
So I think this is the worst poker advice I was ever given.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I wrote an article once for Poker News, and I said, run once. Because when you run once and the other person loses, they might get tilted and the game will turn good. So when you run more than once, maybe you're going to split the pot and you're going to take away the tilt factor from your opponents. So
I actually think there's something to that, and I subscribe to that theory.
That makes more sense than just the math side.
Yeah, Barry Greenstein mentioned that in his book, Ace on the River, which I actually think it's brilliant, and I agree with you in the sense that if you are somebody who has, who doesn't really tilt and has control of their emotions, and you suspect your opponents don't, well, then, yeah, you want more variance in the game because when they lose, they're bound to lose a lot more. But when you lose, it's just another hand, no big deal. I also think there's something to it. One of the reasons why I genuinely don't run it more than once is because I think you play against some poker players where there's a fear factor in the game. And if you can put that fear into them that we're not going to run it more than once, your entire stack is at risk right now, you might elicit some folds in spots where, you might get more fold equity in spots where you shouldn't have fold equity. So I am a proponent of not running it more than once for those reasons.
Yeah, I like to go once also.
Getting all in here from rubbish.
Yeah. So if people are saying like different stuff, that's a bad poker advice.
I will tell somebody this from, I feel like I'm helping all live poker players by saying this. There are superstitious people out there that will give you advice and say, well, if you played really well and you won wearing a particular shirt, you have to wear that shirt again the next day. No, you don't. You don't. You can wear clean clothes.
Mm-hmm. I heard
That's
stories
true.
of foreigners who send people away to take a bath. More than once.
Yeah, I'll give you good poker advice. Clean people win more at poker. People that smell good win more at poker. That's good advice.
Yeah.
And almost undoubtedly true.
100% true.
Nick Wealthall, Vivian Saliba here for the Fantastic Millions Superstorm. We are getting down to the nitty gritty. 30 players remain in this tournament, the 100K guaranteed. We have the high roller on Tuesday, starting also at 9 p.m. GMT. We'll have a lot more giveaways there. And then, of course, the main event right around the corner.
You can still get into the free roll right now. You can play for your share of a $320 main event ticket up top and then $300 of cash in the other positions. It's totally free. Hit us up on it's in the Millions tab and the Restricted tab. It's the Superstorm Streaming Free Roll, and the password is Free Roll. And I have 12,000 chips.
Go Nick, go Nick. By the way, if anybody knocks out 888 Poker Ambassador Vivian Saliba, because I am on hashtag Team Nick right now. If anybody knocks out Vivian Saliba, you will get yourself
Look at
a drink. That's right. I will buy you a cocktail of your choice, a coffee, a beer, a cocktail, whatever you desire at our next 888 live event. Just come see me. Say, hey, I knocked out Vivian in the last free roll. You owe me a drink, and I will happily buy you one.
The shock and disappointment when you said you were on Team Nick on Vivian Saliba's face.
One of you gave me a free roll. One of you balked at that.
And now I don't know why so much hate, animosity. Like, why?
It's the David Tuchman experience, Vivian. Not from me. I'm all love, but from David Tuchman. He's a fickle chap.
Dave is just being mean.
I honestly think it's because you laughed at his hats. I think he was all right. There you go. She likes your hat, David. Why can't you be nice?
Well, because you gave me 5% free roll and she did not. Ace Queen versus pocket eights. There's an ace. There's a queen. And that is not an 8. So Ace Queen with the full double up to 951,000. Yaka win still very healthy on 1.3 million. I am Buddha, by the way. Cruise control. More than $1 million.
Yeah, crazy.
$1 million more than the player in second place right now. Victor Dub, actually, this is a good one by Victor Dub. I'm curious what you guys think. Worst poker tip I've ever got was don't fight for the small pots.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty bad.
Really says this?
I'm sorry, say that again, Vivian?
I never heard this one. Like, I read this one, and it's true. You must fight for the small pots, but I never heard anyone saying don't fight for the small pots. So this is why I did.
Yeah, I've seen people do that, though. I've seen people say, like, it's a small pot. What's the point? I'm not going to buy money. It's no point. I like that one. Victor Dub, you just won. Winner number 3, Victor Dub. Vitek 147. That's how arbitrary it is. We all have the power, Nick, myself, Vivian, to just go, winner. Vitek, you have just won. You are winner number 3. We have.
Well done, Vitek.
Nick, am I back on schedule? We've awarded 3 of the 6, or now are we ahead of schedule?
Perfectly on schedule now. I'm much happier. Much happier with our prize giveaways.
3 more to give away. Now remember,
I tell you one you hear a lot. You hear that you should move up the limits so that your raises get respect, because at the lowest limits people never fold. You hear that a lot.
I love that.
Or
the one of the advice of like listen, you're a good player, but the way you play, you're gonna have a really tough time beating bad players. You've got to play against better players.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
That one's good too. I like that. So we've awarded 3. We have 3 more to give away. Now remember, all of you who are winning are guaranteed a $16.50 tournament ticket. Awesome, right? Well, one of you lucky 6 winners will win a $320 main event seat into the 1 million guaranteed main event. It's pretty awesome. We will be awarding that with about 10 minutes left in the show. So stick with us until the end. Pair aces, good here. Yaka win down to 1 million. I am Buddha on 3.2 million. Great stuff going on here. So Viv, we actually have not talked to you in a while. Obviously, you were kind of our go-to co-commentator for a little bit, but you've been MIA for a little bit. We had the privilege.
Vivian, where have you been?
Yeah, that's where I was getting at. I mean, we've seen Dom, we've had we had Anna. We had Anna in the booth as well. I think we had even Martin Chris. One time. We had Chris. We have missed you. Where have you been? How have you been?
I was giving a little room for my colleagues, but I was always here, and I will always come back.
Good to know. Good to know. I like that. Big fan. And of course, obviously, we're all hoping for a fantastic 2021 where live poker is everywhere again. I'm hopeful.
At least we had online poker.
Yeah, it's true. Online poker has been a savior for many people, no doubt.
Yeah.
Another big pot here. This one between the Muffin Man and I Am Buddha. 609,000 in there. I Am Buddha putting the pressure on. He bets about a little bit under 1/3 pot. A lot of times today, especially online, you can tell a lot about somebody's experience level, I think, by their sizing. You know, how much work they put in the game. And without knowing much about I Am Buddha, I have been impressed by the sizing they have used in certain spots. I just think that there are certain flops, certain textures of board runouts that would suggest certain sizings, almost regardless of what they have. Mm-hmm. And every time I feel like, oh, I'd like to bet less than 1/3 here, I Am Buddha seems to do that.
I Am Buddha is a regular of my day because every time I play, he's there and he's very good. Today I played a satellite for the main against him, and he's very solid. Yeah.
Maybe he's just hunting you out. Maybe he's bum hunting.
Thank you,
David.
What?
So
I was suggesting that maybe. No. I think you misunderstood. I was suggesting that he must think maybe he thinks that Vivian is so amazingly wonderful. He wants to spend as much time with her as possible.
This is too little, too late, my friend.
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
Listen, I think you know me by now, both of you. If I'm making fun of you, it's because I genuinely love you.
It's not true when I make fun of you, just to be clear. I don't want any embarrassing misunderstandings where you think it's like out of niceness or something. Or
King 9 is no good. No king, no 9 on that flop, and a $500,000 pot headed over to the gentleman with Ace Jack, and we get an elimination. We're down to 3 tables now. still, we are following our chip leader, I Am Buddha, on 3.5
Yeah,
million.
I mean, these tournaments all seem to go the same way, don't they? And it's presumably just because the bubble's so big, we seem to have, you know, a very slow build up to the bubble, quite often a long hand for hand, and then a very fast half an hour after the bubble goes.
That's
I mean,
true.
it's like that in all poker tournaments, but in these big 888 tournaments, it really seems to be like that.
Nick, take a look at the leaderboard, by the way. I mean, I know we almost always have a huge disparity at some point, but this is insane.
Yeah, I Am Buddha has got 2 million chips more than the second place player. Crazy. Must be fun. And fun to watch as well. You can see how a good player plays a big chip stack.
I know another poker advice.
Go. We need it. We need it, Vivi.
Times also people saying, I'm not gonna buy again for this tournament, otherwise I'm gonna need to cash forth to recover my money or whatever. And it's like people believe that every time they cash into the tournament again, it's still the same tournament. They don't understand it's a new event, that it would happen in 3 months from that day. They would still play it and it's still a good event, but they just don't buy it again because they already played too many bullets.
That's a very good one.
Yeah.
And that I heard 1 million times.
So providing that you can still play well, because obviously if you're tilted or whatever,
NES, then you should buy. Like, and I just look.
Your expectation is the same, right?
It's in for 2 bullets. The second chips is in for 2 bullets. The 6 in chips is in for 3 bullets. My deepest run in my life, I was in for 4 bullets. It's just a new event. It's just a new tournament. And some people don't realize that. So that's a very
every draw missed here. I Am Buddha. Every single draw missed. The straight draws missed. The flush draws missed. Both of them. I Am Buddha betting 200,000 and now up over 4 million. I mean, I
Am Buddha might wrap this up in the next 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt.
He might just shut this whole thing down. Thanks very much. Bye.
Viv, your bad advice kind of goes to chasing losses in a weird way, right? Like, it's like, well, I've already lost this, I've lost this, and the cards don't care what happened before.
Exactly. Yeah, the short-term thinking and result-oriented, basically.
I mean, I have heard people give bad poker advice in the sense of bankroll management as well, where people say like, something like if you lost the last orbit or something, they'll be like, yeah, I see you need to leave when you're up. You should always leave when you're up.
Right.
Like what?
Yeah, there's a lot of bad quitting advice in the world.
Well, I actually got into an argument about somebody. It's almost like it was a stock market investing thing. By the way, another raise and another 3-bet here. I'm sorry, this is a raise, a 3-bet, and a 4-bet.
This is a 4-bet. Yeah, this is a 4-bet.
And this could be a big pot. Perfect Shade only has $1 million behind.
Yeah, there's $1 million in the middle. It's a big pot. Probably go check now. Whatever Perfect Shade has, yeah. Because why bet?
Well, it's a raise, a 3-bet, and then the 4-bet, and then a check on an ace high flop. I Am Buddha certain like telling the message that he's got like queens, maybe jacks, something along those lines. I'm trying to figure out what Perfect Shade has here.
Ta-da!
Well, I got to tell you, if you're Perfect Shade, you have to hate that river, though. I don't think you like that river. That certainly favors I Am Buddha's range. But he checks again. So maybe kings?
Jacks, nines, yeah.
Kings, okay, wow. I'm a genius.
Well, yeah, that's the most face-up. That's the most face-up hand of all time.
Did Perfect Shades had?
You seriously can't celebrate. Come on. What else?
I mean, let me ask you this.
Kings or Jacks were his only 2 possible holdings, right?
It is. And Jacks are a little less likely, but especially with the min, it was kind of a min 4-bet. So I think Jacks were a little less likely. Question for you then, if you're Perfect Shade, if somebody like me knew it was kings.
Yep, I'll answer that question after this short break. We'll be right back from the millions.
What a team. Million Superstorm, sponsored by 888 Poker. Vivian Saliba, Nick Wealthall alongside me. I'm David Tuchman, and we are here for the final 24 players. The remaining 24 players all guaranteed $700, and now the pay jumps start to get serious. A few more eliminations, and players will be guaranteed 4 figures. The final 3 players in this tournament will all earn 5 figures, nearly 20K up top. So, Nick, when we left you, we went on break, there was a huge hand involved between I Am Buddha, who's now on 4.6 million chips. I Am Buddha is at the point where they could literally, I think they could pretty much double up everybody and still be chip leader. It's fairly insane. But there was a huge hand between I Am Buddha and Perfect Shade, and it was a 4-bet pot. I knew he had kings. I celebrated, and you were like, everybody knew he had kings. Well, if everybody knew he had kings, was there a chance for Perfect Shade to make the perfect bluff and get him to fold?
No.
What do you mean no? Why no?
Why would he
It's a pretty
fold?
awful run out for kings, isn't it? I mean, you think about all the hands your opponent possibly calling your 4-bet with.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, you're talking about bluffing him on the river. I mean, he's just check calling all the time on the river, right?
I don't know. I mean, what are you doing? What are you doing when you have like, what are you doing with, say, Ace Jack suited there? I mean, I might play that as a check back and then kind of see how it plays out. Figuring I can't really get value from worse. My SPR right now, when I say SPR, I mean stack to pot ratio. SPR are basically 1. I don't need to bet the flop for sure. I could even check it twice and then bet for value on the river.
Yeah, but who cares? You're not 4-betting check fold kings, are you? That's just dumb.
Okay, fair enough. I asked the question. I got my answer.
No, I just don't think he's like, he can't ever fold kings there, can he? Now, if Perfect Shade doesn't have anything and he thinks there's an equal chance he has kings and jacks, then maybe you can bluff, right? Like if Perfect Shade doesn't have any showdown value at all, like say Perfect Shade has, I don't know what he could have with no showdown value.
That's what I'm trying to think of. What he had there. It was a 4-bet pot against the
Perfect Shade can have quite a lot, can't he? Because he 3-bet and then he called the 4-bet in position, so he can have quite a lot of hands, I think.
You think is he calling? I guess is he 3-betting with hands like 7-8 suited and then calling a 4-bet?
I mean, players do, don't they? I mean, I don't think you should with something that weak, but maybe he would. I don't know. But certainly, like King Queen suited, he would call there, and then he has a nothing on the flop and then a queen on the turn, and then there's no point bluffing the river unless you're trying to get exactly kings to fold. Which
I mean, the fact that you block kings in that particular spot makes it.
Yeah, that's slightly different.
Maybe that's a hand he does have. Maybe he does hit a queen on the turn and decides, well, I'm not getting. It's unlikely my opponent has kings because I block it, and I'm beating jacks, so I'll just check it back. That would make sense.
Yeah, I mean that's possible. I don't know enough about Perfect Shade to know what's likely, but he 3-bet and then he called a small 4-bet, so in position, so he definitely can have quite a decently wide range, I think.
Well, certainly possible. Cleverson, by the way, back in second place on 1.7 million chips. You're magical on 1.5, but everybody is chasing I Am Buddha.
Yeah, and not very successfully. They're chasing him badly. They're like, come back.
Yeah, he's just stretching out the lead. Essentially a secretariat of all of poker matches.
It is. Exactly that.
I want to thank you all for joining us. Freeroll, I believe registration is open for like 4 more minutes. Get in there. The password is Freeroll. I believe, Vivian, are you still in?
Yes.
Nick, are you still in?
I am.
Go get him. Go get Viv. Go get Nick.
Where's the plant?
Where's the plant? The plant's still over there. I forgot.
Plant.
The plant.
Yeah, I mean, he's only got 5-minute break.
I had a 5-minute break. I had to go and kiss my wife, to the bathroom, have a chocolate.
No time for
5
it.
minutes.
What is your favorite chocolate?
I don't discriminate. Like, all chocolate is pretty good in my book. I'm not as keen on white chocolate. It's not real chocolate, but it's still good.
Is there any chocolate you don't like?
There's certain things you could put inside a chocolate that I wouldn't like, but I'd still like the chocolate, you know? How about you?
I had twice chocolate that I hated. Once was with truffles. And I love not truffle chocolates, it's like mushroom truffle, like Italian truffles.
Oh, God.
Chocolate. And that's not a good combination. Truffles are my favorite food, basically, and salty stuff, but not with sweet stuff. And I don't like peanuts with chocolate.
So keep that in mind if you are on our next 888 live stop. If you bump into Vivian Saliba, don't try to give her the M&Ms with peanuts. She won't like them.
I don't.
She will not be a fan of yours. Muffin Man all in. Ace King versus Ace Deuce. Diamond does not come. That was pretty aggressive there. Pretty aggressive call off by Khaled Duckham. I don't think I would hate being the aggressor with a hand like Ace Deuce with the diamond, but I don't know if I want to be calling off with that particular hand. Nonetheless, though, he decided to do that. Didn't work out well for him. And we're down to 21 players. So we have 3 tables of 7. I am Buddha, still far and away our chip leader on 4.5 million. Your Magical has made some moves, though, up to 2.3 million right now. 3-4 versus Ace 7. There's a 4. How about 2 pair? 3-4. With the double to 312,000, and we continue on.
The dream is still alive.
Question for you guys, because I was confused by this, and I'll ask you guys in the chat as well. We have lots of giveaways still. By the way, we're still looking for the worst poker advice. We have given away 3 prizes. We have 30 more to give away, including the grand prize. So let us know what your worst poker advice in the Facebook comment section, and make sure you include your username. Keep in mind, for those of you who watch the show after the fact, and that's awesome, if you can ever watch it live, you have a chance to win one of these great prizes. Pretty much on every live stream, we have giveaways. So Ace King versus Ace Queen. Ace Queen looking for a 10 on the river. That is not a 10. Jack of Hearts and the Ace King with the double up to 367. So a question for you was, my son asked me what fudge was. And I kind of was like, well, it's sort of, what's fudge?
Fudge?
Said, what is fudge, Dad? And I started being like, it's kind of like chocolate, but it's not really like chocolate. It's not chocolate, though. What is fudge?
It's mostly sugar. It's sugar and sugar.
Well, I mean, I could describe that. I said it's basically a candy. I said it's a really, really sweet, yummy candy. But how else would you describe it?
Well, it's like it's sugar and butter, I think, and it's kind of soft, and it's delicious. It's good. It's good for you.
I don't know what is fudge.
You don't like fudge?
I don't know what is that.
Oh, okay. So next time you're in the UK, we'll get some fudge together.
Yeah. Is that like a product? Is the name of something like Kit Kat?
No, it's like, you know what toffee is?
Yes.
So it's like that, but it's different. It's softer. It's like that. It's like a kind of candy.
Kind of a caramel.
Nick, you're about as good as I am at describing what fudge is.
I mean,
yeah.
It's like a sweet, soft candy. There's nothing else to say about it. It's not like, it doesn't have interesting opinions on the socio-economic problems we're facing. It's just a
right. If you saw it, you would kind of think it would be like a chocolate, but it's softer than chocolate. But you can also make it all different flavors. You can have peanut butter fudge, and you can have brownie fudge. You could have
rum and raisin. I like
Oreo fudge, whatever. I mean, there's so many different wonderful fudges in the world.
Yeah, right, I'm googling it.
Google fudge. Let me know, because I need to know how to describe this to my son. I don't understand how to do it.
No, it's not a thing in Brazil.
Mew90. Well, Brazil needs to get on board with that. Up over 1 million chips right now. I am Buddha still pacing the field on 4.48 million. Once again, worst poker advice. Leo Maya says, worst poker advice I ever got was you should never limp with pocket aces. I will tell you that I agree that is bad poker advice because I don't believe in absolutes in poker. But I feel like we can do better than that, Leo.
It definitely starts to get tougher in the second half of the show, you know. The low-hanging prize fruit has gone. You need to push yourselves.
Ace-9 versus the fives. Fives are good, and they continue to be good.
Okay.
Perfect shade down to 500,000 chips. So you've never had fudge?
No, we have the Brazilian version of fudge. We call it brigadeiro, but we have little balls. Fudge is a type of sugar cane that is made by mixing sugar, butter, and milk. You heat that and then get smooth.
But doesn't that describe almost all candy? I mean, cookies are also just sugar, milk, and sugar, milk, and butter, right?
Flour. Fudge doesn't have flour.
So basically, the only difference between cookie and a fudge. By the way, this is the best conversation we've ever had. Fudge. You're telling me the only difference between a cookie and fudge is the flour.
Well,
when you bake and cook, like it's a little different. You have to cool down.
So how do you the fudge? How do you cook the fudge? Or you don't cook fudge?
In a pot on fire. You boil it.
You boil fudge. So you bake cookies. You bake cookies and you boil fudge.
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. By the way, Tuesday we have a high roller, and then after that stream is over, it'll be Nick and Tuck doing their cooking show, where we each cook our favorite dessert in our kitchen, and you at home can judge who cooks better.
My favorite dessert that I cook in my kitchen is where I go to the ice cream tray in the freezer and I get the ice cream, and then I simply leave for 5 to 7 minutes. And then decant into a bowl of my choice and then eat it. And that's my cooking a dessert.
Orlin Oulette says, play every hand. Bad advice. Play every hand. You're bound to win eventually. Faku Trivasano, worst poker advice. Somebody told me to play drunk because I'll be more aggressive and eventually you'll get more money.
Uh-huh.
How'd that work out for you?
Some of the best poker advice I ever had about online poker was to have a drunk account, which I still have, which is a very good advice. So like you have a completely separate account with a small amount of money in it, and you use that account when you've had some drinks or when you just want to, mess around playing poker or whatever, and you don't want to play seriously. But sometimes you get the urge to play poker and you definitely don't want to be playing on your main account with your main bankroll or your main screen name. So
if you've been drinking though,
yeah,
how disciplined are you to use your side account?
I mean, I'm at the stage of life where I don't drink to the point where I can't tell which account is which.
Okay, fair enough.
If you're drinking that much, then maybe don't go near the computer full stop, because there are a lot of ways to get into trouble. But yeah, in general, this is like after 2 or 3 drinks, not after 15 drinks, which there should be no poker after 15 drinks.
None.
Only strip poker.
I like it. I'm actually looking forward to, not only am I looking forward to having, dinner and drinks with the 888 poker crew, of course, you included, Viv. I'm looking forward to like having a friendly, fun poker game with everybody. Like that would be a lot of fun right now. Like the thought of having just like a fun poker game right now, where we're all drinking and bantering about, that would be a lot of fun. King 10 versus Queen Jack. Spielerkind wins that pot with 2 pair. I am Buddha gets a little bit of a rebate. Still at 4.8 million chips. Blinds are 25,000, 50,000.
He's only leading by 2 million. I mean,
yeah, I'm going to go on a limb and say anytime there's only basically when there's under 20 players in a tournament and you have 100 big blinds, that's a good thing.
That's 100% a good thing. Not that I'd really know, but
right. You assume. It certainly sounds like a good
I
thing.
assume. Yeah, it sounds amazing.
Nick Wealthall, Vivian Saliba. We are all over the world here. Vivian, are you in Austria right now?
Yes.
Still in Austria. Nick, of course, in the UK. And I am on the West Coast in Southern California. Getting all in here from Spyler Kine. Greg Nog has already committed himself. I think.
You think?
Look, there's one. Worst poker advice is to lie about your worst poker advice to try to win a ticket.
That's weirdly funny.
It is. Ronan Donnery, by the way, also asked a great question earlier on.
Well, that's definitely a prize winner.
I think so. Ronan asked a good question earlier. Gave us a good conversation.
MVP
Looks like
of
we
the
have a table
show.
change.
Ronan is the real MVP.
Yeah.
Let's head over to.
Wait, he got it. You've gone off the topic, David. He got a prize, right? He won. Vivian,
Yes. Sorry, we just had a table change. So I just want to see exactly
fine.
where we're at.
Okay.
13.
We're going to go to table 13. That sounds like a great idea. So we are following our chip leader. I am Buddha on 4.8 million. Your deck's there on 2.7 million. The Muffin Man on 1 million. Mew 90. Naked, both over 2 million chips as we follow the action. And Ronan Donnery, you, my friend, have won ticket number 4. Congratulations. We have 2 more to give away. Guys, I don't think this is a difficult one. If you've played poker, if you've listened to poker broadcasts, if you've read poker books, at some point in your life, you have heard awful poker advice. You don't have to make it up. Just let us know what it is.
Nick, how is it going?
In the free roll? I mean,
yeah.
There's been some reversals, but I'm still here. How's it going for you?
Very good.
Really?
I have 7,000 chips.
I have 7,000 chips.
Wow.
Also, yeah.
That's good. That's good.
Muffin Man is all in for 1 million. Action on Naked. It's going to fold. Let me continue on. Like, I love the unsolicited advice you actually get at the poker table, where, like, let's say you get a bad beat with a good hand, and, you know, you played it pretty standardly, and then somebody at the table who doesn't really know what they're doing looks at you and goes, you should have just moved all in pre-flop.
Yeah, that's the worst.
Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. Because
I
that's
have
what I want to hear
11,000 now, Vivian.
What?
I want a pot.
Hashtag Team Nick.
Look at her. She hates it.
I love it. I love it.
Back to you. Like, everything you wish to others, you know? So I'm not saying, but you might be cursing yourself.
Me? I wish you really good luck. I really massively want you to finish second to me in this tournament.
I'm fine with that. I'm totally fine with it for sure.
I played the main event 4 times already, and I busted once in the last hand and the other in the last 5 minutes. So I need to back today too. So I won the main event ticket. Yeah.
Yeah, you need that ticket in there, huh?
You got the ticket already?
No, like it's the first prize is the ticket. I played it 4 times. I won satellites, $30 satellites 4 times, but I couldn't back.
Okay.
Yeah, somebody told us earlier on in the chat that they were playing a $50 satellite to the main event with you.
Oh, this one I bubbled. I am Buddha. He sucked out.
Terrible.
This guy playing at $215.
How could you do that? I am Buddha. How could you do that?
I am Buddha. He's 30%.
Grazorg started this hand with well over 1 million chips. This pot getting pretty big. Your deck's with 2.5 million behind.
Worst poker advice ever comes from my wife at around 2-3 a.m. Just go all in with every hand, no matter what it comes, and come to bed.
See, I think that could be actually pretty good advice if it's coming from your wife. I mean, coming from anybody else, probably really bad advice. But if it's coming from your wife, I would suggest it might not be as bad advice as you think it is.
I just feel like just come to bed is good. Whoever's, I'll take anything.
Certainly possible. Ace Queen versus Ace 10.
Just come to bed is just always good. I mean,
very little. Yeah, there is very few bad things can happen from just going to bed.
Very few.
What can it happen that is bad?
Say it again.
You said
what can happen that's bad?
As I'm saying, I'm sure I could probably invent something bad that could happen from going to bed. I just mean very few. I mean, I will tell you the worst advice I ever got from a relationship standpoint was actually from my grandma.
Okay.
Terrible advice, which was, don't ever go to bed angry, which I think is the stupidest thing ever. Just go to bed. You wake up in the morning and everything's fine. More often than not. I mean, once in a while, obviously things aren't fine and you've got to hash it out. But all in here, Queens versus 9. Sorry.
It's probably best you cut that off.
Queens hold.
I was going to say, how would you ever have good sex if you didn't go to bed angry? But luckily you cut me off. Thank goodness.
Yeah, thank God you didn't ask that.
Thank God I didn't actually
say those words.
Yeah.
Naked. Good segue.
Can
Raising it up to 105,000.
Can you talk amongst yourselves? Because I need to make an adjustment to my shot.
Yes.
Okay.
Vivian Saliba, David Tuchman, Nick Wealthall taking a very quick break. Got about 30 minutes until the next break. And we have 30 minutes more of Viv. We have 2 more tickets to award. I want to wish all of you out there who are playing the free roll good luck. If you missed out on this one, or if you don't win a ticket today, the plant is coming in the picture. If you missed the free roll today or you don't win a ticket today, don't worry, don't fret. We are back at it on Tuesday, high roller, and the plants are coming out in full storm. Viv's plant is far.
Why, Miss Saliba? Yours is enormous.
Yeah.
Yes. I became
tremendously large.
Wins at home.
Okay, happier now because I know that.
Yeah, it looks better.
Okay, good. I feel more zen. Now I'm among nature.
Yeah, I mean, I will say your background was a little bit tilting, just the stark whiteness of that background. Something needed to change, and that was the perfect thing.
Yeah, I don't have interesting backgrounds.
Or foreground.
Yeah, good one. One of your better ones.
You're watching the Million Superstorm, 8 million guaranteed across the series. This is a 100,000 guaranteed tournament. We've got another high roller with a good guarantee on Tuesday. I believe that's 100,000 as well. And then, of course, the 1 million. That's right. As Nick said, as he coined it earlier, a mill ball. Guaranteed.
A mill ball. Yeah.
Guaranteed main event. $320 gets you into that tournament. So you don't want to miss that.
Playing.
Sorry?
Vivian Saliba will be playing, won't you? The mill ball next Sunday.
Yeah, playing a lot. The series is great. Like the events are awesome and the prizes are good. So I'm still hopeful I will win something.
We would like that. No, we'd be
I would
good.
like that too.
Yeah, you would like that.
Yuri Krasny.
Can you imagine if you made like the final table of the mill ball and we're commentating on it? That would be the most awesome thing ever.
That would be
I feel like that's
cool.
what you should aim for. It would be awesome.
Yes.
Yeah, that would be super cool. I will say that. So these broadcasts that we've been doing are generally 4 hours long, and we don't usually crown a winner in these. So we started at about, we started at 9 p.m. GMT, and we usually get to a final table, but don't finish it. The main event, we will crown a champion in that one. So that'll be pretty cool. Yuri Krasny says, worst advice I ever got was you should always play 10-5 because every straight either has a 10 or a 5 in it.
Oh yeah, I heard that. That's like an old thing, isn't it? It's an old saying.
Gafar Godek says worst poker advice I ever received was every hand is worth playing and always play your first hand. I think it was Doyle Brunson who actually said that he always plays the hand after he won a hand. Which, if that advice came from anybody but Doyle Brunson, you'd be like, what?
Yeah, I think that's actually written in Super System.
It is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And if it was like written by anybody else, you'd be like, what?
Well, no, it's terrible advice, but you got to. But in context, so it's in the no limit section of Super System, and Doyle's basically describing an entire mentality. Doyle's trying to like run over a cash game is his whole idea. And I think Super System is still quite good to read just to get you into that kind of fighting mentality, even though the advice is, not exactly right anymore. But from a mentality point of view, it's great. Like it's all about bullying and, making small bluffs and cultivating an image of an aggressive player who never has anything, all of that kind of stuff. So it's really good. But he's trying to like dominate a no limit hold'em game with like maybe 6 players and like 2,000 big blinds each and all of that. So,
which frankly back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s probably was fairly effective by just being a bully at the table.
Absolutely.
I've got really bad advice here. I don't know if it's legitimate or not, but it's really terrible advice. Jason S. Rogers says worst bad advice I ever got was somebody told me it's good luck to touch someone else's chips. It's such bad advice.
Isn't it quite a good way to get thrown out of the casino?
Yeah, it's a good way to get punched. It's a good way to get thrown out of the casino.
I think what he means is
it's terrible advice. It's great. I've never actually heard anybody say that.
Don't touch anyone's chips. Yeah.
Well, that should be the right thing to say. He said that somebody gave him the advice of it's good luck to touch somebody else's chips.
Yes, but there are those people like you ask them to break some big chips and they say, no, I don't change.
Oh, that one. Yeah, that's that one as well. That's just annoying.
I don't change. Sorry. Like this is often. It's true.
Although, Phil Ivey did that once during the World Series, Queen 9 versus King 4. How did all the chips get in here? Obviously, not a lot of chips, not a lot of chips in there, but you kind of look at that and you just wonder how all the chips went in. Nonetheless, they did, and Khalid Dakem has doubled up to 591,000. Although there was an interesting year at the World Series many years ago, Phil Ivey was playing the main event and didn't have a lot of chips. But he would not change. He kept as many of the black chips, the $100 chips, the 100 chips, as he could, because he could build an elaborate castle and house. And he built such an elaborate castle and house that it made it look like he had more chips than he actually had.
Okay.
I have to assume that was for intimidation purposes. I mean, I don't think Phil Ivey was doing it because he really wanted to build a castle, but who knows?
Who knows? We have the story.
I just went out the free roll in the most hilarious way possible.
What?
It was only hilarious from my point of view. I had aces for the your own punchline. I had aces. He had 4 deuce suited. We're all in pre-flop, obviously. He won. Or she won. They won.
Whatever. Viv, are you still in?
I'm still in.
Hashtag Team Viv. Team Viv. Let's go,
Team
Viv. Go, Viv. Go.
I got 10%. Remember, we agreed that. That was on camera.
Yeah, I've got 5%. Free roll. Go. Go, Viv. Go.
Go, Vivian. We're counting on you. This is like our whole budget for the month. You have to win the free roll, and then you'll be in the main event, and then we can sweat you in the main event with our 10 and 5%. Yeah.
Good. Sounds like a plan.
It's a brilliant plan.
Let's find one more winner.
Well, if you could find one more winner, that would be great, Viv.
Yeah,
Because then
we'll do it.
we would have one winner in the last hour, plus of course the grand prize winner in the last hour.
Yeah. It will be another question for the great prize, or
we award 6 winners, and then we decide among those 6 winners who wins the grand prize. We pick then.
Okay.
Yeah.
So anybody that we pick as a winner is also eligible to win the grand prize as well. Your deck's all in, up to 1.7 million chips. We're down to 15 players. The remaining 15 players all guaranteed $1,100 now.
Yeah, we'll see some final table action on this stream for sure.
And Buddha, still our chip leader. And still, there's nobody with even a 3 million chip stack. So I Am Buddha has been in control for the better part of the last hour and a half or so. Obviously, even though I Am Buddha is the chip leader and an overwhelming one at that, definitely not a favorite against the field.
No, of course not.
But certainly a favorite to make the final table. And if he makes the final table, he'll earn himself at least $1,660. Take a look at the final table payouts. $1,660 for 9th, $2,250 for 8th. Obviously, it moves up from there. We have 3 spots that will take home at least 5 figures. 10-5 for 3rd, $14,250 for 2nd. And of course, what they're all playing for the championship, the trophy and all of it, $19,190 for 1st place here.
Very nice.
Great. Fudge.
Ace Jack, good for Muffin Man against 10s. Pitch a Jack on the turn up to 2.1 million. Your deck's back down to 701,000.
Vivian, how is Napoleon?
Oh, cute.
that's the update.
He's very fun.
Okay, good.
That's good news. That's good. Hey, Viv, I know you're an avid watcher of these live streams, so you're well aware of the fact that I got a pig as a pet, right?
I saw something that Molly posted, but I didn't know it was for sure. So you got a pig, a baby, yes. The tiny pigs?
A baby mini pig, yes. Molly, by the way, for those of you who don't know, is my wife. And Viv and Molly are close friends now since 888 Live Madrid. They went out gallivanting around town. And yes, the rumors are true, Viv. We did, in fact, get a baby pig.
Awesome. What is the name of the baby?
Lady Poppy.
Lady Poppy.
Lady Poppy. She's a very classy broad.
Oh, God. Are you sure she won't grow up and be like huge?
I'm not sure. I mean, there's no, but I met her parents. So we think that she'll probably be somewhere in the 40-pound range.
That's heavy.
I mean, it's a pig.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, she's not going to be, she's going to weigh something, obviously. But I mean, full grown pigs, some pigs grow to 400, 500 pounds.
Yeah.
So she's not going to be that big.
Have you gave up pig's meat?
You mean like bacon?
That's what I asked. That's the first thing. That's the first thing I asked him.
For example, yeah, you have to.
You have to, right? You'd think.
You have to.
You're right. Now listen to his answer.
I don't think you have to. I think I'm intelligent enough. I think I'm mature enough to see there's clearly a difference between your pet and what is food.
What's the difference? One of them's dead.
Right, exactly.
That's the only difference.
And one you would never kill. No, the fact that she's a mini pig.
So if I was eating a person in front of you and I went, yeah, but There's a big difference between this dead person that I'm eating and you, an alive person. You'd be like,
yeah, but what happens if you were eating, like, what happens if I was like a miniature version of me? I was only like 11 pounds and you were eating like a 1,000-pound version of a human. It'd be a completely different story, Nick.
well, so I'm eating an adult in front of a child, and that's cool. This is the most
I think you are
disgusting
missing
thing I've ever heard.
I think you're missing the trees for the forest, okay? She's a pig. She doesn't know what I'm eating.
I mean, you don't think pigs can smell other pigs? Is that seriously what you're saying? You don't think pigs can smell other pigs?
I do not believe that a pig can smell bacon and then from that infer that that is pig.
Yeah, animals definitely don't know when there's a dead animal of their type around. You're right.
That's what I mean. I don't think they can.
Of course they know.
Apple smoked pig. I don't think
you're lightly torturing her. It's terrible. Vivian, tell him to stop eating pigs.
I think all the vegans left the room, so better stop talking about it.
Exactly.
It's a good point. I think she brings up a good point.
We don't want to. As ever.
All right. I'm trying to get here the next winner. So this.
Are you trying to find the next winner? Okay. Well, we only have two left. So if you don't see any that are amazing, it's okay. But if you find one, that's good too. Yordex, by the way, lost a huge hand to the Muffin Man a little while ago. Ace Jack versus tens, trying to claw his or her way back into this.
David, I don't want to make this show about the NFL, but I do want to keep you entertained. When you feel like you need cheering up or you just want to laugh, Google the NFC East.
Okay.
It's completely amazing.
Does anybody win in that division at all?
It's an amazing thing just to see in front of your eyes. It's quite amazing.
Look what post Cali roll. Worst advice I ever got. Pigs taste better in hot sauce. Barbecue, way better. Who likes hot sauce? You Americans.
I am Buddha. Putting the players in the blind at risk if they want to call off. See if Spylokind decides to do just that. 13 players remain.
You like spicy food, Vivian? No.
I don't like it at all.
Don't like it.
Really?
I have the theory that most of spicy foods, they had a bad quality origin, and this was made to cover up the taste.
I
mean, that's my personal opinion. I know nowadays many people enjoy, and there are some good qualities, but this is the only reason I can imagine why people would put so much spicy into food.
Just to mask the bad flavor or possibly the food going bad. There was a theory behind beer as well. When people started adding limes and lemons and orange slices to beer, it was basically because the beer was garbage, was rubbish beer, and they had to add a lime to it to make it even palatable. Because you would never think of buying a good beer and go, yeah, let me add a lemon to this. You just wouldn't do that.
You never drink a good wine and put rocks of ice on it.
It's a good point. I like that. It's a good theory there. I don't know if I necessarily agree with you on the spice one, but I think what you're saying makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Your deck's all in and gets it through.
Yeah. Might have a full hour of final table action.
Yeah.
Although it always seems to slow down.
13 now. Yeah, it does.
I feel like every week we do one of these, Nick, and we see it and we're like, well, maybe today we'll finish this. And then
it's just pretty consistently finishes with about 4 or 5 players left, doesn't it? Somewhere around there most times, most weeks.
It's almost like math has something to do with it.
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know. It could be anything. No one knows.
Nick Wealthall, Vivian Saliba here. Vivian will be with us for the next 13 minutes and 53 seconds.
Oh, man.
As always, thank you so much, Viv.
Vivi? Oh. Yeah, but you're leaving. It's sad.
She knows she's welcome to stay as long as she wants, but I know she was going to put in a couple of hours. It's getting late in Austria.
Yes, 2 a.m. in Austria, right? Nearly.
It's 1:40. Yeah.
Right.
It's a little late.
So Vivian, if you didn't have, because I know you have like language school at the moment, but if you didn't have that and you're just playing poker, are you a nighttime person? Would you normally play late into the night or daytime or what?
I've always been a nighttime person, and living in Brazil, that really made a lot of sense, especially for the online schedules and stuff. But here in Europe, it's
You can be
also like the games, but I don't know. Now I like to enjoy my day, so I try to wake up not too late.
You feel better when you wake up earlier?
Sorry?
Do you feel better when you wake up earlier?
No.
No.
To do things during the day and optimize my day, and sometimes you wake up late and you see, oh my god, I didn't do anything today, like the day's gone, and so it's more about this.
It's true.
Naked the first player up over 3 million chips besides I Am Buddha. Action folds around to the small blind. I Am Buddha. Blinds are 35,000, 70,000. Yordex in the big blind with about 10 big blinds. All in. I Am Buddha limp folds. We continue on. About 12 minutes left before the break. Chad Wilkinson says, worst advice I've ever got was the key to getting paid off is playing loose so no one can put you on a hand. I've actually heard that advice, Nick, where they say, people give advice of like, pull up a really crazy bluff off early on in a session. So people see you do it and then you can get paid later on. And I always point out to people, I think that's terrible advice.
Yes.
I genuinely think, I just feel like if you're bluffing at a proper, if you're bluffing enough, you'll get caught occasionally and people will see it. You don't need to advertise.
Interesting.
So?
Because I did used to advertise a lot when I was younger because no one ever believed that I bluffed. And because I had and also there weren't a lot of English people playing poker in America when I started out.
Right.
And people just really thought that I always had it. So actually it got quite difficult to get paid off. So once I was aware of how people saw me, I actually used to advertise quite a bit. So I would actually show bluffs. But that was like a really specific context for me. And so in general, I'm sure you're probably right. It's probably bad.
But let me ask you this. Did you, I have no problem with showing bluffs. I'm not bluffing and then just tossing my hand in the muck. I'm always going to show my bluff. But did you bluff in spots you wouldn't normally bluff to advertise? Or was it just a normal bluff that you would take?
Oh, I see.
And then you got caught. I mean, if I'm bluffing with 5 high, and the guy says, I call, I'm going to turn my hand over and they're going to see it. My point is, if you are bluffing enough, which you should be doing, you'll eventually get caught. And when you get caught, that's your advertising. I wouldn't go out of my way to advertise. I'm putting it that way.
The only exception to that is if I felt like I hadn't been in action at all in cash games, especially cash games that were like good cash games,
right?
I would open a dumb hand and then like show if I took down a small pot with it, and I would have opened the hand in order to just make sure I was in action enough. And this is particularly in live cash games when it's a really good game, because I do think you cost yourself money if you're seen as a nit in those games.
Yeah.
You know?
I agree with that.
In general, I think you're right. What do you think, Vivian? But no one's ever seen you as a nit, have they? That's the problem.
No, they say I wouldn't bluff just to make an image, but I do pretend sometimes to be a little silly and to encourage people to think that I'm not too good at poker. I really don't know what I'm doing. When the girl sits at the table, I think you're not too good, naturally. So I think it makes sense to show the bluff, but I don't think you should just bluff to show it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. And I think if you're in doubt, just don't ever show your cards ever. If you're in doubt, you need to have good, in my opinion, you need to have good reasons to show your cards.
I'm sorry. Let me make sure I clarify. If my bluff works, I'm not showing. I'm talking about showing when I get called.
Right.
That's the only thing. And I'm always showing, like, if I get called, I'm not mucking my hand, going, you're good, and muck my hand. I'm turning my hand over proudly and going, yep, you caught me. I was bluffing. So I want to see what the winning hand is. I want to see what I got called by. You know, did the guy tank call me with 2 pair, or did he tank call me with ace high? You know, that gives me a lot of insight into what they think about me and where they're at as players.
Gotcha.
I mean, I've seen people do it. I feel like in a cash game, Nick, it makes a lot more sense, at least because in a cash game, you can kind of control the narrative, and you're going to play a lot more poker against that exact same lineup, especially if it's the same players week in and week out. You know, it's a smaller player pool. In a tournament, if you are going to take that approach, and I don't think it's good advice to do it, but if you are adamant about it, I would check with the floor and find out when your table is going to break, because it would kind of suck if you advertised in level number 2 and then 40 minutes later your table broke.
Yeah, that sucks.
Big bet here from Naked. He bets over pot, which is enough to put Mew 90 all in if he makes the call. This pot just under 2 million chips, and it's all of Mew 90's chips to make the call. He does not do it. And Naked up to 3.6 million. I Am Buddha down to 4.1 million. These guys 1-2 in chips and fairly close at this point now.
Well left. Went fast.
Yeah, your Dex is all in for 803,000. That's about 11.5 big blinds. We are down to 12. Average stack is 2 million. Every time I say the Muffin Man's name, I just want to sing the Pearl Jam song.
Sing it.
Go for it.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Go for it.
Listen, if whatever audience we lost with our talk, we lost the vegetarian and the vegan audience already. We continually lose audience. I don't want to lose more. Aces versus sevens, not looking good for the sevens, and your Dex is out. We're down to 11 players.
Yes, we are. Cusp of the final table.
Yeah, me singing would be a nail in the coffin for this live stream.
Don't sing then.
I mean, I'll put it this way: if our live stream is going to allow me to sing, we have to be giving away a lot more.
What?
The Muffin Man raises to 160,000, takes it down. Viv, are you a Pearl Jam fan?
Not a fan.
Do you know who Pearl Jam is?
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
I like, but not a super fan.
Fair enough.
What is your favorite band?
Nick?
I don't really like music.
You monster.
No, like I like it. No, like I like it. I like dancing and I like music just generally. I like music, but I'm not a fan of any music acts.
Sir, I thought you were kidding.
There are lots of, I'm sure there are lots of terribly good ones, but I'm not into any of them.
That's amazing.
Oh,
I thought you were just joking.
I never was really.
You don't have like a favorite band?
No.
Or just like a particular, like back in the day when we used to buy records and CDs and tapes. Do you ever buy a tape?
I have never been to a live gig or concert. The only live gig or concert I've ever been to in my life is if a friend of mine was doing one.
Okay, that's it.
I've never paid money.
I have to
done
talk.
it.
I have to talk to the people at 888 Poker. I have to talk to Doran and Roy and all the rest of them. We need to go to a live. We need to go to a concert.
Why,
I cannot
though?
believe you've never been to a concert.
I could just put it on my. I could just put it on my speakers or whatever. I don't.
No,
What's
it's
the
not the same thing. Have you ever been to a? I mean, you've been to a show. Why go?
That's not true. Actually, wait a minute. I took my girlfriend to see Elton John because she really likes Elton John. That's actually, so there we are. Actually, I lied. I have been to one.
This is why you don't really like concerts.
But I wasn't really there in spirit.
Right.
I was just there in body.
Were you sitting there the entire time thinking, "Why did we pay for this? I could have just played this. I could have just played this on my phone at home."
Yeah, I was. But she was happy, so it was good.
Got a huge raise here. Muffin Man opens. Naked moves all in. Naked up to 3.8 million, approaching the chip leader.
But
I now want to take you. I now want to take you to a concert.
I'm happy to pretend to like whatever you guys tell me to.
Wow. Well, okay. Well, Viv, I'm just flabbergasted by this. I genuinely thought, Nick, that you were just being you.
No.
You just said I don't like music, and it was just your deadpan, perfect response.
I have to explain. I like music, so I like the way music sounds. I'm not a fan of any musical acts. So I don't like music in the way you asked me who's my favorite band. I don't like music in that way. So
I just can't believe you've never really been to a concert.
Yeah.
No.
That's mind-blowing to me.
That's very crazy.
Yeah.
It just wasn't something that I wanted to do.
Viv, people love to hear about you. What's your favorite band? Jack 9 versus Ace 7. A little blind on blind battle here. 9 and a 7. 10 of clubs on the river, and the 9 holds. And the rich get richer. I am booed up back up to 4.9 million.
No, we're
we are
one
down
away,
to
one away.
10.
One away.
2 5-handed tables here.
Once.
Say it again.
Very different. I had 2 favorite bands, singers. One very different from one another. I love Iron Maiden and I love Eminem.
Wait, which one? Iron Maiden and who?
Eminem.
Eminem, okay.
Slim Shady.
Yeah, no,
the white talking person.
Very, very different, but I can see how, obviously both extremely talented, entertaining.
Yeah, and I've been in a bunch of concerts. Many.
By the way, we are on, the reason for the pause is we are on hand for hand, final table bubble. We are down to 10. I am Buddha, taking us to 10. Blinds, 40,000, 80,000. As you can see, there's no small blind in the hand here. Get a raise here from Jobby.
And what's your best live, like what's the best concert you've been to, both of you? Like your best live act / concert?
I know the worst was Guns N' Roses. Axl Rose.
Oh, really?
Drunk, and he was 3 hours late and he couldn't sing. And also I've been to Ozzy Osbourne and he was choking in the middle of the lyrics and he couldn't sing, and he's old, man.
Oh my God. Drugs are bad, kids. Drugs are bad.
The best has to be Iron Maiden, Eminem, and Metallica was like amazing.
That is awesome. I love that. Well, you know what, Nick?
Quite heavy.
That is great stuff. You know what? Listen, I feel like we've learned a lot about Vivian Saliba over the last 2 hours. Good news is for you folks, we'll have Viv back at another moment. She's going to play this high roller. We're going on a break. We are down to 10 players. I will answer that question, by the way, Nick, at the
bye, Vivi.
At the next hand, by the way, the next after this break. Bye, Viv. We love you. Thank you so much. More action from 888 Poker in 5 short minutes. Welcome back. We are at the final table. 9 players remain out of a starting field of nearly 500 entries. We say goodbye to the always wonderful and well-versed Vivian Saliba. Thank her for her contribution to this live stream, and Nick and I will take it to the home stretch, to the end, to the finish line, Nick.
Lovely. I miss Vivian. She is a very positive presence in our lives. Just you and me, though, that's fine. Also good. You're magical with 5 million. We watched him on the stream earlier, and he was all in, right, in a hand. I think with about 20 big blinds at one point. So things have gone in his direction since.
Certainly, it's been I Am Buddha as the chip leader for the most part the last, say, 90 minutes. So to see somebody else in that position certainly changes things. And the fact that your magical has position in the I Am Buddha is certainly something to notice. Both those players up over 5 million, naked on 3.9 million right now. As we take a look at our final 9, $1,660. That's what each of these 9 players is guaranteed. Nick, we still have 2 more prizes to award. We're looking for the worst advice out there. The worst poker advice you can give us, guys. Let us know.
The worst. Ideally, the worst that's been told to you. You know, you're allowed to put a little story. If you want a little story, keep it slightly brief. But if it's something contextual that's funny, that's good. But yeah, otherwise, the worst poker advice in any form is good. David, you got a new hat on.
I've been changing hats.
Is that your final table hat?
I have been changing hats at each break. I was wondering if you'd notice.
So I'm one of the least observant people on the planet. I'm completely unobservant. Naked with the power play here.
And this is quite a risky play. I mean, it gets through, but with his stack, that is a lot of risk to take on because the opener was the chip leader, your magical. So, you know, with naked stack to put his risk at, you know, you have to think he was fairly strong there.
I would have thought so.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's just a maverick.
Certainly possible.
Yeah.
That is certainly possible. We've had some really good submissions for the winning ticket. Once again, to be eligible, you have to have an 888 account. You've got to go over to Facebook, go to our live stream, go to the comments section, and let us know what the worst advice you ever got. Make sure you include your username. Simo Hafidi says the worst poker advice is the worst. That's Snookerman. Ash just asking for a ticket. Sorry, we don't just give them out. You've got to give us. We're not asking for too much here, Ash. The effort you took to type "ticket, please," teary eye, put that same effort into coming up with just remembering what the worst poker advice you got in your life.
Have some disrespect. Have some self-respect. I meant, not disrespect. Give me a ticket.
Vivian Saliba came up with great advice, guys. This is easy. She said the worst poker advice I ever got was somebody told me I should wait for my food before leaving. That was a $2,000 salad. I've seen people do that. I've seen people be like, you can't leave right now. You've got to stick around. You just ordered an omelet. So they stick around and they play, even though they're not like, you know, mentally in the game anymore. And yeah, you end up losing $725 to wait for your omelet. That's a good one. Viv, by the way, I would give you a ticket if you were eligible. Unfortunately, as an 888 ambassador, we cannot give you one.
Shame, right? Sorry, Vivian. Three bet from Naked, who's either got dealt some nice hands or just decided to tackle this final table aggressively. That's the beauty of knowing about Hold'em. There's no way to know which. Could have just had kings and then queens.
Back over to the Muffin Man, trying to decipher the same thing. Makes the call.
Yeah, it's hard to think of a hand that I'm a massive fan of calling this 3-bet with. Don't know
On
about
his
you,
stack?
David.
Yeah, no, I'm
On
with
his
you.
stack. I mean, I guess he figures he's got some room to maneuver.
I mean, it wasn't a huge 3-bet, and maybe yes, you're thinking if you decided to open a hand like your Queen Jack suited, you think, can you take one off? I don't think he has Queen Jack suited now since he check called the flop. So,
but say he's got kind of pocket eights or something. This is, you know, I mean, he's been lucky with the turn card if that is the situation, but a lot of times he's just going to be guessing. He may well win the hand now.
King 10 suited, okay.
Just hit top pair and shut us up. Yeah, I don't like calling pre-flop with.
Strangely enough, you'll see on the top that says tournament is currently in hand-for-hand play, which I guess is true. Since we're playing one table.
Yeah.
I am scouring through the chat to see if we have any good wins here.
We've only got one prize left, right?
No, we have 2. Viv didn't award the number 5.
Oh, okay.
Ronan, by the way, also says Iron Maiden is amazing live.
Have you seen Iron Maiden live, David?
I have not. I would have liked to too.
Do they still do it, or are they old? They must be old.
Yeah, they're probably not the same thing as seeing them in their prime, I would assume. It's like, you know, I've seen Billy Joel in concert many times in my life, and I think if you saw Billy Joel right now, you'd probably be somewhat disappointed. At least I was. I saw him recently, and I was a little bit disappointed. I saw him earlier in his career, and he was just amazing. Simo Hafidi says the worst advice I ever got was to play with the same style at every poker tournament. Pretty good.
Yeah.
It's not bad. That is pretty bad advice. Simo, you're winning number 5. I'm okay with that. I like that.
Boom.
Yep. Snookerman 18
Prize
is a winner. I kind of like that because I think that's good advice. I think that's really awful advice. I think developing a style and going into, I have been asked this question, by the way, at the main event when I'm going to play the World Series main event. And you get,
how are you going to play?
Yeah, they say, what's your strategy going in? I'll be like, can you let me know who's going to be at my table? If you tell me who's going to be at my table, how they're going to play, you know, then I'll let you know
how cards I'll be dealt.
Right. Then I'll let you know what my strategy is going to be.
Yeah.
So that is I think if anything, you should be the best poker players in the world have the ability to adapt and adjust on the fly based on how they're perceived, it's dynamic at the table, so forth and so on, so many different things. You know.
Yeah, completely. Yeah, if you were to construct the perfect poker player, they would be able to play all styles,
right?
Play whatever the table and the dynamics demanded.
The best compliment I ever got, at least it made me feel really happy about my own game, was I was playing in a 5-10 cash game in LA, and within the span of about 90 minutes, I had 2 different people at the table. One tell me that I was a maniac and that I raised every single hand, and then another call me a nit. And I was like, okay, I'm doing something right here. This is good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whether I'm going to win or not, I don't know if I'm going to win or not, but at least, okay, I've got them guessing. Your Magical decides to put all of the chips in there. Your Magical's in a really nice spot, being on I Am Buddha's left. Can be a lot more aggressive once those players fold. Still does have to worry about the Muffin Man behind. I mean, the Muffin Man's got 35 bigs in the small blind here. So we have one more to give away, and then, of course, we'll look at those 6 winners and pick a grand prize winner. Nick, I'm going to give you a choice. You can either pick the 6th winner or the grand prize winner.
I'll pick the grand prize winner because I have a strong view on the one I like.
Fair enough.
Although I'm open to persuasion. There's still one prize left to be won. If the 6-1 is a belter.
We're at the final table. This is where poker is so much fun. Making these final tables. How excited each one of these players must be right now. All of them have locked up $1,660, each of them with a chance at nearly $20,000. Got an all-in and a call. Aces versus queens. There's a queen.
Wow.
5 of hearts on the river. Unlucky for the aces. Queens with a huge double up to 2.1 million, and Grozorg left with a bitter taste in his mouth. You know, earlier on when you and I were talking about, dealing with bad beats, I always try to point out all bad beats are not equal. Losing with aces all in pre-flop at the final table, it's got to be one of the more painful things you can ever have happen to you.
Absolutely horrible. Because you have, like we talked about it earlier today when we were talking about bad beats, you have the complete feeling of having no control, because it doesn't matter if you're Phil Ivey or, Joe Schmo, you're going to want to put the money in there. And then after that, what can you do?
Right.
Horrible.
And I mean, I guess I feel like I can rationalize when I lose with aces in a cash game. I rationalize and I just, you kind of go, well, I made the right decision. And yeah, I lost this time, but I'm going to win the next 4. And then there's going to come a point, by the way, where I win with it. I beat aces and I give a bad beat. I have queens and they have aces. Unfortunately for Grozorg, not only did he lose with aces, he lost with a 7 and he is gone in 9th place, takes home $1,660. The unfortunate thing is at a final table, if you lose with aces, the next time you win with aces, it might just be level 3 of a tournament, or it might be in your regular 25-cent, 50-cent cash game or whatever you play.
I used to be obsessed by this idea when I was playing a lot, like when your luck comes, because people say, yeah, luck breaks even, it's all variance. Well, that's only partly true. When your luck comes is absolutely pivotal sometimes, especially in tournaments.
I mean, you can point to Jamie Gold or anybody who's won the World Series of Poker main event and go, they got lucky at the right time. I'm going to go on a limb and say that the luck doesn't run even for everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
When you get lucky is really important, obviously. That said, going back to Ronan's question earlier on, these are things that just are not in our control. So
no, that's also true. It's a fascinating thing to think about, but also completely irrelevant because you can't do any. You have no agency. You can't decide how to change that or anything.
Right. I'd like to cash in my one time now. Yeah, no, it doesn't work that way.
Unfortunately, no. And you'll know this, David, as well as anybody, that a lot of careers are made that way, where it's like things like cash game careers, where when you take a shot, if you run good when you take a shot, early-ish in your career, you can get up to that higher level. Suddenly you're in a game, you run good at the beginning, then you learn from the players you're in the game with. Maybe you get to know someone who mentors you, stuff like that. There's definitely a luck factor, big picture. And most players will not play enough hands for all of the luck to break even. That's also true.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely true. I can't disagree with this thing you said here. We got an interesting hand developing here. We got a check raise from your Magical on a 9-9-3 2-spade board against one of the other chip leaders, Naked. This pot's already 1.6 million. And I got to tell you, if you're Yaka Win, you're going, yeah, get involved in a huge hand. If you're Mu 90, you're loving this. Now, you start thinking of the hands that your Magical, the value hands that your Magical might have check raised with. Some of them are going to include a 9. Some of them are going to be spade draws. And because of that, I kind of like continuing this bluff, if it is a bluff. Really, really difficult for Naked to call down with, anything that's not minimum a 9. I mean, right now, even like, pocket queens are really scary. Oh yeah, this is disgusting. If you're naked.
Yeah, I mean, important to see the context here. There are, 5 or 6 players with less chips than that bet on the river by your magical. ICM jail. He was in ICM jail, David.
Yeah, and it's just one of those really, really difficult spots where, you raise pre-flop, even if you had aces there, you raise pre-flop with a monster hand. When your opponent check raises you on that flop, he's basically telling you, I've got a 9, I've got a spade draw maybe, maybe I have some air in my range. But when he continues, when the spade comes, it becomes really, really hard to call down when you just have one pair in your hand, no matter how good that one pair is. It's another situation, and I've seen this time and time again at this final table, where players with heaps of chips are moving all in front of somebody who has more chips than them. I mean, I Am Buddha just moved all in for 44 big blinds, and your Magical's on his left. I'm trying to think of what hand I'd be doing that with. Yeah, going back to what you just said, though, I think you and I touched on that last broadcast where we said the vast majority of tournament pros out there, the really successful ones, probably got really lucky and ran hot early in their career. They binked something before they were good enough to actually bink it, right? They just got lucky in a certain spot, and that gave them the confidence and the bankroll to continue on. I know Sean Deeb has talked about that with me in the past. And I think it's probably true for cash game players as well, because if you move up limits, if every time you move up limits, you have your unlucky stretch, you're probably not going to have the confidence or the money to continue trying that. But for those people that out there who got lucky right away when they moved up, that can really obviously benefit them long term. Mm-hmm. Nearly $1 million in the pot right now. Your Magical betting about a third of it and gets it done on the turn, up over 7.4.
Definitely some of that is mitigated by online poker, where in online poker you have the ability to play for a lot more smaller units, so you can play much lower stakes cash and kind of break up your units, and you can play a lot smaller buy-in tournaments as well. Whereas me and David are both old school, and back in the day, that's the polite way of saying old, and back in the day, obviously you'd only have a limited amount of hands you could put in any day or any evening if you're playing live. So I think that kind of variance over a career is much more of a problem if you're just going to be a live player.
Oh, of course.
Right.
Well, there are some online players, and you and I have been playing poker for a long time, but there are some online players that have played more hands in 2 years than I've played in my entire life.
Yeah.
So. Keep the worst poker advice coming in, guys. We have one more ticket to award. A reminder, we are back at it on Tuesday. More giveaways, another free roll, a lot of fun. It'll be the high roller on Tuesday, so make sure you join us. I think, and I don't know for sure, I believe Martin Jacobson is joining us on Tuesday for the commentary. I could be wrong, but I believe he is. If he's not joining us for that one, he'll be joining us for one in the future coming up. But we have one more ticket to award today. It is worth at least $16.50. Could be worth as much as $320. And of course, you could parlay that into 6 figures. Got an all in here from Yakawin, a call, ace jack versus ace 5. There's a jack, there's a 5. Is there one more 5 in the deck? There probably is, but doesn't come on the river. 6 of spades, and Yakawin not going to win this one. And gone in 8th place. Earns themselves $2,250. Remaining 7 players all guaranteed, $3,250. So I am very simply looking for, if you are on YouTube and you want to jump over and see if you can win it, I am looking for the worst poker advice you've ever given. Don't give me bad poker advice. Just tell me what the worst poker advice you've ever read or been told. I'm fairly certain I could open this Annie Duke book to any random page and find you terrible poker advice.
The Muffin Man brings it in. It's not really a bring in, but you know what I mean. Your Magical's going to try and keep it going. It's a momentum call.
Yeah, he's feeling magical.
That's it.
Very dry flop. Expect the C-bet there more often than not. Muffin Man obliges, takes it down, and we are down to 7.
Yeah, and they've got 3,000 locked up. 19,000 is first place money, though. So unbelievable. I mean, that's poker tournaments, right? But unbelievable difference based on how this next few orbits go.
$1:22 in the morning for Nick, and he still looks spry.
I'm CGI'd.
How do you do it?
I'm CGI'd.
I was going to say.
Yeah. I'm computer enhanced to look awake. I'm actually sleeping quietly in the neighboring room.
Be great if it was just like, yeah, animatronics. We just had made you.
Yeah. Just random poker sentences come out. Mew 90s in the big blind with not very many chips. Battle of the short stacks. Who's next to commit? Bar 23 on the button is the shortest stack. So we will see. But I Am Buddha just picks up an easy blinds and antes.
Average stack right now, 3.5 million. Ba 23 all in. Gets that one through. That's a huge win for him. Picks up adds about 25% to his stack. That is huge for somebody just trying to stay in the game. Again, we've awarded 5 of the 6 winners today. Freeroll still going on. Unfortunately, Nick Wealthall has already fallen by the wayside, but he'll be back at it on Tuesday. One of these days, you're going to win it.
Well, it's obvious, isn't it? I mean, it's like about 1,000 to 1 every time. So I reckon 2 or 3 more goes and I'll win it.
Yeah, I mean, it's 1,000 to 1, but you're probably better than the average player. So,
right. So like,
I feel like a fair price is closer to like 6 to 1.
Yeah. So I've also played about 6. So tune in on Tuesday because it's probably about a 50-50 shot.
Almost definitely.
Yeah. It's math.
Jack of spades on the turn. Pot 633,000. Jobby checks. Action on I Am Buddha. Checks as well. Interesting river card. And pair of 8s are good. Jobby deciding not to take a shot at it with king high. There are some king highs where you feel like you've got showdown value. That was not one of them. Ba 23 all in for about 9 big blinds. Certainly enough chips to have fold equity. Nigel Jones says, I am good. Studying in the background, hoping to put my $320 ticket to good use. Good to hear, Nigel. Good luck to you in the main event. Victor Dub says, the worst poker advice, you keep telling me that my time is coming. You said that I'm going to win, but I haven't won yet. I have to award one more in the next 20 minutes, so don't fret. Somebody is going to win this. I guarantee it. I will say some bad poker advice. Somebody mentioned alcohol earlier on, and some bad poker advice I got early in my career. We got an all-in here. Muffin Man with 2.7 million, Moo 90 with 929. Naked has to decide. Do I want to risk them all? No. It's Kings versus Ace 9. There's an ace. Oh, Kings looking for a queen or a king. Not going to happen. 7 of diamonds on the river and a monster pot for Mew 90, who goes from one of the short stacks to a very healthy 3 million.
Yeah, that's how quickly it can change. He was, as I mentioned before, next to shortest. Bar 23 is your short stack on deck. He picks up the blinds and antes. That's the result. Gets to wait for a real hand for another orbit or so.
Yeah. So one of the worst poker advice I ever got was early on in my career, as I started to become a professional poker player. I was still recreational, but I got advice from somebody to start, have a few beers when I play. Not too much to get drunk, but have a few to loosen up and be a little bit more aggressive. Now, that is fine if you are a recreational poker player. And if you enjoy, having a whiskey or a beer or whatever your drink is while you play, that's great. Have a good time. Do it. Do your thing. But as a professional poker player, if you're putting in tons of hours, if you need the alcohol to play well, that's not a good thing.
No, that's definitely not a good thing. And also, the thing about alcohol is it's very hard to sustain a level of. So, like, I understand the argument that, maybe you get a little bit braver or a little bit more aggressive or whatever if you have a drink, but you don't sustain levels of performance with alcohol. So it has very noticeable peaks and troughs. So please don't drink when you're seriously playing poker. Like I said earlier, have a drunk account with a very small amount of money in it that when you do have some drinks and you want to play poker, you can play really low stakes and you can have a bit of fun.
Right. And again, like I said, if you're a recreational player that plays once in a while and you want to have a good time, nothing wrong with having a couple of beers. I mean, I have done the like the last level of a tournament being the beer level. I think that's actually quite dangerous as well, because once your mindset goes to, oh, it's beer level, it's almost like, oh, you can let your guard down. It's less serious. But trust me, you can lose your chips just as easily in the last level as you can the first level. By the way, Ronan, I believe it was Ronan, somebody asked what the buy-in was for the high roller on Tuesday. It's a $500 plus 30. So a $530 buy-in. Satellites running around the clock on 888. Get in on the action. Should be a slightly smaller field, but obviously a great tournament and a great first place prize. So that is Tuesday. And again, and it is confirmed.
Looking for an 888 Ambassador deep run, man. We at some point we have to get a final table list from the 888 crew.
Certainly would be nice. Good news, by the way, former World Series Poker main event champion Martin Jacobson will be joining us for the commentary on that one.
I love Martin. He's an amazing player, great guest. But last time he was here, he made me feel very bad about myself. Do you remember?
No, I'm sorry.
Martin, what have you been doing with your lockdown? And like everybody else is like, well, it's been a stressful year and, I've played some online poker. I've just tried to, keep balanced and, make the best of it. Martin was like, yeah, I've learned Spanish. I'm now an Ironman Olympic standard triathlete. I've developed a deeper relationship with my partner. I've learned how to erect log cabins in my garden. It was ridiculous. Like he'd actually used the time effectively. What's that all about?
Listen,
Ridiculous.
Nick, I feel like if we measure ourselves up against the Martin Jacobsons of the world, specifically Martin Jacobson, I feel like
It's
we'll
bad.
always
It's
feel,
really
yeah,
bad.
it's always going to make us feel like less of a person.
Agreed. He's to be enjoyed, not compared with. Yeah.
I mean, if you want to feel better about your life, just compare your plight in life to me. Okay. Close your eyes for a moment.
This is really
play
helping.
along with me for a second. Close your eyes just for a second.
Yeah.
And just imagine my life, and now compare your life to mine. I almost guarantee it'll make you smile.
I've got way more hats. Yeah. It's a mixed bag. It's very different. Very different.
Blinds now 70,000, 140,000. Got about 23 minutes left in today's show. We still have one more ticket to award. Who's going to get it? What is the worst poker advice you've ever gotten? Get a min raise here from I Am Buddha. Give I Am Buddha credit. He's in a tough seat position with the chip leader on his left, but has been able to stay aggressive at times, pick his spots or her spots. Mew all in for 2.3 million. Back over to Buddha. I'll give you a couple to choose from, Nick. Oh, I guess I'm picking this last one because you're picking the grand prize winner. Jorge Gabriel Vaca says worst poker advice was play jacks all in pre-flop. Dale Osborne says worst poker advice. Says you will never win at poker. Just like Nick will never, I'll never win this ticket, and Nick will never win Tuesday's free roll. Right, negative. Chad Wilkins says
he's got a point about the free roll.
Oh, come on.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I'm going to give it everything. Who knows? Let's do this. Woo.
Chad Wilkinson says, worst poker advice, gents. You have to play ace king like it's aces. Who told you that?
That's quite weird advice.
Yeah.
That sounds like it's real, though, because, do you know what I mean? Like, no one would make up that advice. Somebody must have said that to him.
Right. Yuri Krasny says, it's got to make me chuckle. I don't know why. Forget about poker. Become a truck driver. That's where the real money is at. I don't know what it means, but it made me laugh.
I don't know what it means. Is that the worst? That's the worst advice?
Worst advice he's gotten, apparently.
The truck drivers where the real money's at is the bad advice. Don't truck drivers can make good money, no?
Oh, I think, truck drivers make really good money.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
When I think, it's all relative, obviously, but I know truck drivers in the States make, pretty good money.
Yeah.
I mean, tough life, I think.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say,
personality.
definitely hard, yeah.
I would imagine if you're like a family guy who really wants to spend a lot of time with their family, truck driver is probably not your dig.
Not going to be a thing.
Yeah.
If you want to have 3 families, though,
maybe that's right. Yeah,
in
good
different
thinking.
States.
Jack James says Swedish Martin. Yes, that Martin. Faku Sano, I should say. I looked at the chat box. We lost somebody. What happened, Nick? Looks like the Muffin Man just eliminated somebody. Bar 23 gone in 7th.
He's into bar 23. Ace Jack versus 2s.
The old did Deuces lose?
I'm afraid to say, for those of you who like a poker saying, they were defeated.
Wow. Yeah. So that is truly terrible advice. Deuces apparently do lose. By the way, Ba23, well done. Congratulations. Finishes in 7th place, takes home $3,250. We are down to 6. Not bad. Hey, Robert Fiddler says when he won the very first $16.50 ticket, he waited a week to play it, and then he min cashed the big fish. So congratulations, Mr. Fiddler.
Yeah, great.
Always nice to see that money parlayed into something else.
Yeah, brilliant. Very good.
Phil Walmsley currently sitting in 12th in the free roll.
Go, Phil. How many are left? 12th is amazing. How many you got left to beat?
Ace high flop, 735,000 in there. Mew 90 opened this under the gun. The Muffin Man defended out of the big blind.
Only 68 left in the free roll. Go, Phil.
Flavia Aimstoy says, who won the other 5 tickets? I have made notes of this, but I've already informed my producer. I don't know exactly at the top of my head, though. Flavia. Action folds around to the Muffin Man. How many seconds of a song can I play without getting us in copyright infringement law problems?
I don't know. The producer will tell you.
Blind on blinds here. Mew 90 in the small blind. Has naked covered. It's going to put a little stab out there. 311,000.
It's a very connected board. Like, it's hard to have no piece of this board if you called a pre-flop raise.
Whether it be a pair, a gut shot, something, right?
Yeah. Something. Even an ace high. Mew 90's not stopping.
Jack James, by the way, loves the story about how you met your wife through poker.
Did I tell that story?
You did.
Yeah, I told you the last time, yeah. I can't do it every stream, but thanks.
All in here. Aces
Wow,
versus 8-5.
Oh,
Oh. I mean, you can't even blame Naked like plays the hand like, I'm going to slow play this. I'm going to trap my opponent. He's going to hit top pair, and I'm going to nail him. And then, well, that's where it all goes awry.
That's amazing.
Flops 2 pair, turns a full house, and you are out. Mew 90 now on 6.6 million, currently in 2nd place, and Naked gets tripped down and is out in 6th place, earns himself $4,250.
That's one of those where, like, you could really beat yourself up and think, oh, if I just 3-bet pre-flop, I'd have taken it down there and then. But you can't play results like that. You know, it's the final table. You're unlikely to get action. I think it's fine to flat. Either 3-betting or flatting is fine. You just don't want your opponent to hit a full house with his horrible 8-5.
Yeah, frankly, I don't think Naked did anything wrong there. I think he made a decision like thinking, I want to get action with this hand. And the best way for me to get action with this hand is to, slow play it a little bit. I've got a monster. It's just the cards didn't cooperate. And that happens sometimes.
Pretty gross. Amazing for Mew 90, who was more or less our shortest stack. Now just a biscuit away from the chip lead. Phenomenal.
Yeah, he had ace 9 versus kings. He was all in, hit the ace, doubled up there. And then here, 8-5 versus aces, doubles up again. And this is an interesting one between the two chip leaders. I've got a winner, Nick.
Excellent news.
Yeah, it's kind of a culmination win. Yuri Krasny made me chuckle because of the truck driver one. He made me chuckle, but he didn't win because of the truck driver one. I kind of like this one because I've actually heard this. Somebody saying, that Jack 10 is the worst advice is that Jack 10 suited is actually the best hand you can get in poker because it's a favorite over aces because it can hit straights and flushes.
That was a commonly held belief at one time.
And that's pretty bad advice.
That's pretty bad advice.
It's pretty bad advice. Jack 10 suited is a very pretty hand, but it has it's certainly not better than aces, and it is not better than a lot of other hands. So Yuri Krasny, congratulations. I also like the fact that his online 888 username is Angry Pig.
Played right into your hands.
Does. So Yuri Krasny, congratulations. You are our 6th winner. My partner in crime will go among these 6 winners and pick one lucky grand prize winner. So all 6 of you guaranteed to win a $16.50 888 poker tournament ticket. One of you will take home a $320 main event seat. And all of you who are watching and listening to this are eligible to come back on Tuesday and give yourself a shot at another ticket. We're going to be giving away more stuff on Tuesday, plus under the free roll. It'll be the high roller action. And we have somebody far more intelligent than us who will be co-commentating with us in Martin Jacobson.
Yeah, we'll get some hardcore poker analysis out of Martin, I think. As we watch some high rollers. Yeah, it'll be really fun. Do not miss it.
I'm going to do some research between now and Tuesday, come up with some really good, tough questions for Martin. Stuff that might stump him.
Yeah. Stuff about poker. No,
yeah.
Hold him. Yeah.
I feel like it's some sort of a game show, like
Stump
Martin.
So now you really don't want to miss it because David's going to try and outfox Martin.
It's never going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
But I'll try. $2.1 million
involved here. Yeah.
Yeah, once again, You're Magical and Mew90. Mew90 got a lot of chips and is not afraid to kind of go to war with You're Magical, and You're Magical very happy to oblige. This is a very significant pot with 3 million in there already. Deuce on the river changes absolutely nothing. I mean, at least it shouldn't. I mean, I guess if somehow You're Magical turned to pair with 8-7, obviously the changes that. But there's a bet. Ooh, a big one here. 2.1 million into 3 million. And You're Magical having to fold, and Mew90 back up to 6.8 million.
Yeah, it seems likely You're Magical didn't have too much. As he quickly decides to get out of the way.
Jobby123 doing a really good job of just kind of staying out of the fray and just laddering up. It's the one thing that's so unique about poker tournaments, specifically final tables. Sometimes just not getting involved can make you a ton of money.
Mm.
Ooh, how about a little 7 on the river?
TJ Cloutier in the World Series of Poker final table the Chris Ferguson one is my favorite. He came in as the shortest stack and ended up in the heads up still with the shortest stack. I think he played about one hand or something. Like literally everyone else busted, and he, probably 10x'd his money.
Yeah, that was back in I want to say 2000, when people just did not understand ICM at all. and didn't understand like just the
to
horror.
win, David.
Yeah, I'm playing to win. I'm playing to win. Ace queen versus queen 9. Only a 9 on the river will change things.
You blocked Jobby.
I did. You know, though I don't blame Jobby here. I mean, that was just he had the shortest stack. Had a nice hand that plays well if called. Unfortunately, it was dominated by the ace queen and was gone in 5th place. He'll take home $5,600 for his efforts. I have commentated on tournaments where there was one player who literally came in 2nd place, did not play a hand until they were heads up. Didn't play a hand. Folded everything.
I mean, look, you know, if other players are making the mistake of playing too loose. Final tables are hard, though, aren't they? I mean, it is hard to make these decisions. Like we get to sit and watch from the sidelines, but when you're actually trying to work out what to do with ace jack suited, when you've got like a medium stack, and you know, it's not easy to do this stuff in real time.
Yeah, and you've got 27 seconds to do it. Go. And you've got the pressure of the money, and you've got to try to figure out what other players are doing. I mean, listen, there are certainly tables like TJ Cloutier's or the gentleman that came in 2nd in my spot, in the spot that I was talking about, where clearly playing it very conservatively and letting other people, you know, get themselves knocked out is the way to play it. And then there are other final tables where 5 or 6 guys have that strategy where it makes a lot more sense to make the adjustment and be more aggressive. I am Buddha. You might have noticed in the chat on your screen that he was asking the players at the table if they wanted to talk numbers here at 888 Poker. It's their money. It's their tournament. They can make a deal if they want to. So it looked like I am Buddha.
Nobody's talking to him.
Yeah, he's got that handshake. You guys can see the handshake on the right of his name. That means he's ready to make a deal. Well, there's 2 people with the handshake. And if they do decide to go on break, Nick, that might be the end of our show. So before we call it a night, you have a grand prize winner to award.
Grand prize winner, yeah. As I said at the start of tonight, this is a completely unfair, arbitrary competition. So if you're not one of the, if you're a winner who's not a grand prize winner, please don't get upset at me. I'm just picking the one that was the one that rang my bell, and that was Ronan, because it was funny, it was different, and I remembered it. So he's going to be the grand prize winner. He's the one that said, if I've got the right one, he's the one that said, the worst poker advice is to lie when trying to win a ticket for worst poker advice, which was quite meta and made me chuckle. So, Ronan, you're going to be playing the main event for your share of a millball.
Yeah, congratulations, Ronan Donnery, for winning that and winning your way into the 1 million guarantee main event. Of course, if you did not win the ticket, we're giving away another ticket on Tuesday. There'll be a free roll, plus their satellites are running around the clock. You can get into that main event for pennies. So play those satellites, get in on the action, see if you can win your share of what will be an amazing tournament. Well over 6 figures for first place in that 1 million guarantee. Ronan Donnery, by the way, shout out for also asking a great question in the chat. So we're always looking for good questions in the chat that can solicit a good conversation.
Yeah, great stuff.
All the players, by the way, have their handshakes. So I assume that means they take a few moments, a break or something to look at the numbers? Or does this happen while they're playing?
Well, this is quite a significant pot. Whoa.
Whoa, indeed.
Muffin Man didn't want to bet.
I guess maybe assuming the only way he could get called when the ace comes off, maybe assuming the only way he can get called was by quads.
I don't know. I mean, I think you want to try, but maybe the fact that they were all about to deal or to look at a deal influenced him. I don't know. No idea.
So you see the blue. This is actually pretty cool, guys. So you see how it's blue on their screen. That means they're ready to look at the numbers. And if you see it go green, that means they've accepted whatever the numbers are.
And sorry, just explain for people to David. I presume the numbers are ICM. Initially, they're just the ICM share.
I would assume so. Yes, I would assume that. So ICM,
And
of
they
course,
can then
independent chip
negotiate.
model, right? Each chip has a value, a monetary value, and you can see I am Buddha saying I am okay with it. So essentially, what the computer will come up with is what your chips are worth. So you can see, you know, first place is 19,190. You take all the money that is left over and you divvy that up based on how many chips each player has. At that point, the players can either agree to it. They can also renegotiate. They can say, "Oh, I want 1,000 more. I want $500 more," or whatever it might be. Or they can just say, "Nah, let's keep playing." The only way a deal happens is if all of them say yes to the deal. 3 of the 4 players have said yes.
Muffin Man says no, and everyone hates Muffin Man, potentially. Bear in mind, if you're ever in this situation, there is no peer pressure. It's your money. It's your tournament. You can make your own decision. If you're a holdout, you're a holdout. That's up to you.
Yeah, I have been in situations where it's gotten ugly, and I get upset at people for that.
Yeah, that's
I've been in situations where a live poker player, where one person goes, "I don't want to make a deal. I want to play," and then everybody's like, "You're a jerk. I can't believe you would do that. Why would you?" And he just like, the guy wants to play poker. He just wants to keep playing. He doesn't want to make a deal. I don't.
When you buy into the tournament, you're accepting the conditions of the tournament, right? So you're accepting the payouts and you're accepting how it's set up. When you're making a deal, you're agreeing to change all of that you all have agreed to do. So everyone has to say yes, and it's everyone's right not to change the structure that you all agreed to pay for. So
it looks like Muffin Man is agreeing as well, just doesn't know that he needs to click a button to make sure he is green. I mean, I will tell you wholeheartedly, if there is a lot of play,
helping him.
If I'm ever in a situation like this and I am the chip leader, or I feel like I have an edge on my opponents and there's enough play left. I mean, we're not talking 10, 12 big blind stacks. Let's say there's 30, 40 big blind stacks, and I feel like I have an edge on my opponents. I am not going to I'm not going to make a deal. I want to play poker. If I feel like I have an edge over my opponents, I'm not going to just take a deal. It is over. The players have decided to make a deal.
They'd be playing for a small amount for the winner on top, presumably. They just leave a small amount, or?
I believe that is the case. I believe
the players are a little confused if you're following the chat. But says, can the comments say so? If it's a deal, no, we can't. We're not running the tournament.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm Buddha. Yeah, it's not our place. We're just watching. We're like observers. We are just stalkers per se. We do know the players have made a deal. I am not absolutely certain whether it is for everything or they have left something on the table. I mean, it wouldn't be difficult for the players to know if they saw the numbers. Right?
So Iron Buddha's asking if the commentators can figure out what's going on, and David's asked that we're observing. We can't push any buttons, unfortunately.
Okay, so apparently the players made a deal, but it looks like the app is still making them play. I mean, in that particular case, if they're not playing, if there's no money left over, they can just literally move all in, I would assume. But I would be certain if I was one of the players that there's not like a little bit left over, because that might be the case. There might be a drop left over. And from what I'm looking at, it looks like your Magical is saying apparently there's still 2,000 left over. Some conversations
Confusion reigns here at the final table. Confusion reigns.
Yeah. Good news is they're going on a break in less than 1 minute.
Okay.
They can sort that out, and they can play this out.
So the default usually is that there is something left over to play out for. Now, whether they can negotiate that away, I don't know. But it looks like they're playing for $2,000 in the win, and the rest is chopped up. But I don't know. We can't actually see we can't see what the players can see. So
Well, either way, it has been an extremely entertaining tournament. We took this down from 140 players down to our final 4. They have made a deal. Congratulations to all 4 players. You're magical, Mew90, the Muffin Man, and of course, I am Buddha. Some really great poker we have watched. I want to thank Vivian Saliba for joining us. A reminder, we are back at it on Tuesday for a high roller. If you did not win something today, if you didn't win the free roller today, if you didn't win one of the tickets today, come back on Tuesday. It should be a fantastic day of poker, some high level poker. That it's the high roller. Martin Jacobson, Nick Wealthall will be with me for that one. Nick, thanks so much for joining us again.
Yeah, thank you, David. Thanks, everyone watching. I look forward to seeing you again very soon on Tuesday.
Yep, for Nick, for everybody at 888 Poker, I am David Tuchman. Goodbye and good night.